So we'll kick off and open up day 5 of this first inquiry session, looking at the overarching issues in relation to the compulsory purchase and road orders for the improvements to Sheriffhall Roundabout. For anyone who's joining virtually today, I think everyone here has been here all week. So for anyone who's joining virtually who may not know me, I'm Trudy Craggs. I'm a reporter with the Planning and Environmental Appeals Division of the Scottish Government, and I've been appointed by Scottish ministers to consider the proposed orders and the objections to them, to hold this inquiry and to submit a report to the Scottish ministers, making findings in fact and recommending whether or not the orders should be made. But it is the ministers who will make the final decision on the orders. Callum is here again. We are webcasting live today, and as usual, if you're here, you're consenting to being filmed and for the use and the storage of those images for various purposes, including webcasting, training purposes, keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Just a reminder to switch your phones off or put them on silent if you haven't already done so. Again, there's no scheduled fire alarm test, so it would be real if there's a fire alarm. So exit to the side or to the front and into the car park. Hopefully there's no security alarm going off today. Hopefully that's been resolved yesterday. I have no procedural matters to raise. Do either the parties have anything they want to raise first of all this morning?
Just two things from the promoter. First of all, the confirmation of adoption by Transport Scotland of LA 114 has been forwarded to me, and I will arrange for that to be uploaded to Objective Connect during the course of today. That was requested earlier in the week. And then I appreciate this. This is probably something to discuss at the end of the day, but so as I don't forget, start time on Monday. I've been asked if it would be possible to start at 10 as opposed to 9:30 because some of the promoters' team will be travelling on Monday.
I think that's fair enough, people travelling for the Monday morning. I suppose just touching on Monday, I was speaking to Callum this morning, we may have a solution where we can have a screen in here, Dr. Boswell, but we need to test it on Monday. So the fallback would be everyone having a laptop and headphones and you connecting through a Teams scenario. That'd be the fallback. We may be able to get it so that you're virtually beamed into the room, so to speak. But we will test that on Monday, but it'll be one or the other, so we can definitely do something on Monday.
Thank you very much.
Mr Walker, Dr Boswell, do you have any preliminary matters you want to raise at all?
No, none at the moment.
Okay, so we ended yesterday through your cross-examination, Dr Boswell, and I think you're probably going to pick up kind of round where you left off yesterday.
So, good morning. I'd like to return to the TM&A report and the traffic forecasting and capping. Just as a sort of reference point, please can we go to table 9.2 again? And again, just to sort of locate where we are to start. Mr. Rose, you've explained that the reason why the traffic capping has been introduced to the model is that the base and do minimum case cannot be modelled beyond 2024 because the do minimum model won't converge at dates after that. And the reason is the build-up of traffic west of Sheriffhall. Is that a sort of fair sort of overview summary?
Yes, the main constraint is the volume of traffic flowing through the network on the A720 to the west of Sheriffhall. The number of vehicles there is causing that particular part of the model to difficulty with conversions in the later years. So,
using the black box analogy I used yesterday, I keep holding up my black box, we could see this as we have a pressure from trip loads outside the box from the SRM12 model, and the traffic inside simply can't be modelled even in the do minimum case after 2024. Is that another way of looking at that?
It's that the model runs, but we lose confidence in some of the assignment runs. So to take a cautious approach to the modelling, we've ignored those later year results. It's not that it stops completely, it's that it runs, and so we look at the reliability of the journey time results coming out, and we decide it becomes poorly converged, and so therefore we can't trust the journey times that result from the model.
Okay, so, yeah, I mean, a use of words there. I mean, I said it can't model it, and basically saying it can't model it in a trustworthy way, so you don't use any model runs after 2024, or any forecasts after 2024 with traffic growth.
We're using the traffic growth from the strategic regional model, yes, that's got the fully loaded version of 2024 forecasts in it.
Right, but traffic growth within the local area model, effectively you're not modelling that after 2024.
Yeah, what we've done is we've looked at the results. We actually get some sensible results out in 2027, but because we need to leave some capacity headroom for modelling the attracted trips when we put the scheme in place, we made sure we took a cautious approach and reduced it to a 2024 forecast year.
So, yesterday you explained the main reason for that, as I understand it, is to estimate the economic benefits or disbenefits of the scheme. That so you need a traffic model in the base forecast, the base scenario, that can continue beyond 2024. And in fact, it has to continue for 60 years from the opening year in the Treasury infrastructure appraisal methodology. Is that correct?
Our appraisal methodology is for 60 years. So if traffic was to continue to grow, then and delays increased on that section of the link, in the do minimum case, we get much higher travel costs. So what we're doing is ignoring those higher travel costs and taking a cautious approach in which we say we're never going to get more delay than we get in 2024. So that way, when we put the grade separated junction in, we know we're not being, over optimistic in claiming benefits that might not be due. That's the approach. It also works, the same approach also works for the accident analysis, because for accident analysis we're using lower traffic forecasts, so it works for the other appraisal items as well.
And this is despite the traffic growth pressure from the surrounding SRM12 model continuing to grow. Is that correct?
There's growth included in. There will be growth because of population growth and the like. So there's ongoing growth beyond. Yes.
The point I made is that there is pressure on that local transport box, if you like. It's pressure coming in, but the traffic model inside the black box is not responding to that. Totally realistically, or if that is realistic, then as you've said, traffic just diverts around the black box anyway to maintain that zero growth within it.
There are many traffic responses, so when drivers encounter longer journey times on a route network, there are a number of driver responses, one of which is rerouting, but there are others such as trip suppression, retiming of trips. There are many different responses that drivers can take when faced with journey times that are longer than they desire to take.
Okay, so alternatives will be taken. So a way of looking at this is you've introduced a proxy DM scenario which is not responding to the traffic growth from the surrounding area, but is, for modelling purposes, and is, modelling purposes leading particularly to the economic appraisal, and that's the reason for setting the zero growth. It's a zero growth DM case. It's effectively a proxy for what might actually be happening, because it's a sort of artificiality which has been introduced in order to be able to do the economic appraisal. Is that not the case?
The economic appraisal and the other appraisals, yes.
Thank you. So a corollary of that is that you also have to impose zero growth constraint onto the DS scenario, because, of course, for the economic appraisal and other forecasting things you should do, you have to compare like with like. Is that right?
We have to compare like with like, but we also did that check to make sure we understood what extra traffic, what additional traffic would be attracted onto the A720 corridor when we put the grade separation in. So we did a test to make sure we understood what that attraction was, and then added an amount of traffic in as well to make sure that, again, to take a cautious approach, that we didn't overestimate the appraisal benefits.
Is that the model which is called 2024 GS, labelled in the chart later on?
The 2024 GS was a label we used. Yes, it's using the SRM12 version. It had been version 2017 forecast, but with a test with the grade separation in. Yes, so the GS means it's the same test, but with a grade separated junction added into that regional model.
Okay, we'll come on to that, because I'm coming on to that figure you showed yesterday anyway. But so the extra test you did of adding extra traffic in, is that within the traffic model going forward? Is that the traffic modelling you've taken? It's in the traffic modelling you've taken forward?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So does that extra, you've put out the growth rates in the Scottish transport model as being non-zero in paragraph 937 of the TMA report.
Yes, what we had was the 2024 strategic road model forecasts. So when we were looking to see what might happen beyond 2039, we used that transport model for Scotland to understand what that model was predicting in terms of car driver trip growth projected forward beyond that 2024 value.
So those growth figures in 937 come from the transport model from Scotland, and as you said yesterday, they get sort of transmitted down to the SRM. So those are the SRM figures in the sort of core scenario.
These are from transport model for Scotland, so they'll be demand. These will be demand growth forecasts. What the Tier 3 model in the regional SRM12 model will do with them is it'll look at the travel costs and decide whether some of these trip growth rates need to be suppressed subsequently. So what we get out of the SRM12 regional model might be some trips slightly less than this. These growth factors are probably slightly high, in fact.
Okay, so they're slightly high, but they're not sort of totally off the wall in terms of that there is growth in the SRM model, and you're adding that in back into the DS case, if I've understood what you've said. Once you introduce the grade separation, you reintroduce the traffic from the SRM12 model. Is that correct? Is that what I just understood you to say?
What this section 9.36 to 9.3.11 is describing is an understanding of how traffic might grow beyond the provided 2024 traffic demand. So this is what we're doing here is a test of what might happen if we factored up growth in our local traffic model, right? Assign that to the model to see how reliable the journey time results are when we do this exercise. The result of this exercise is that we decided that we couldn't push our local traffic model beyond 2027, and to take a cautious approach, we didn't push it beyond 2024.
Right.
So these growth factors are purely for the process of identifying the best year at which to test our model, and at what point we start to think that the local model is not worth.
Okay.
Well, it starts to lose confidence in the journey time results that it's producing.
Okay.
We didn't use it for anything other than that.
Right. Sorry. Okay, thanks for that clarification. I was sort of referring to the wrong growth figures or wrong growth forecasts, but there are growth forecasts in the SRM12 model. Well, that's modelling growth of trips, and that's modelling growth of trips in the core scenario, as I understand it, going on into the future. It's the question I had was you said you did an additional test about the DS forecast where you reintroduced the growth in traffic trips from the SRM model. That's what I understood you to say. If that's wrong, can you re-explain what that test on the DS model is?
We were using the 2024 SRM growth forecast outputs.
So what we have in table 9.2, is it fair to say that the DM model is capped at 0, we know that. Then to get the DS model, design model, the forecast, first of all, it's set to 0 as well, because you need like with like. But then there's some additional traffic flows added in to make it more realistic.
Yes, these additional flows that are added come from the strategic model test that includes the grade separated junction.
Right.
So we wanted the strategic traffic model to tell us what long-distance reassignment might be occurring as a result of the grade separation. And these numbers are what the regional model told us the impact of the grade separation is at a strategic level.
Right. Do you put those back into the DM model as well? Do you put that adjustment back into the DM model?
No, because this is a test of the case with the scheme. So what we're identifying with this test is how many extra trips the scheme will attract onto the Sheriffhall junction. So we take those additional trips and add them on to our do minimum, our no scheme forecasts.
Okay.
So all these trips are extra vehicle kilometres generated compared with the do minimum in the local model.
Okay, so I'm not convinced that that is a fair comparison of the benefits and disbenefits and everything, because you've capped the growth in the DS model, but then you say there's these additional trips, but you haven't really modelled that in the DM case. So there's additional disbenefits in the DM case. I mean, you've said it yesterday. You know, we're not claiming the benefits.
No, that's sorry. You've got additional disbenefits in the do minimum case. So we've not taken off the disbenefits. We've not. There are benefits we could have claimed if we had modelled the do minimum with fully loaded. There'd be additional benefits that we've been able to claim from the scheme. We've not claimed those, so we've taken a cautious approach in taking forward our calculations and appraisals, because what we've done is we've added on the extra vehicle kilometres to the with scheme case, but we've not added on to the do minimum. So when we do our calculations, we'll have more vehicle kilometres in our do something case than in our do minimum, which is a cautious approach to take.
Okay.
Can I just ask a point of clarification? You've added it into the do something case because, in my mind, these are additional trips because of the grade separation junction, so they wouldn't result in a do minimum because you don't have that grade separation junction there. So that's why there's a difference in how you've dealt with them. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. That has clarified that. Thank you. So if we go to page 88, the chart yesterday.
So this is page 88 of the traffic modelling assessment report.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. So, for the design case,
Can you just assist me with the figure number, just because I've not got a page number on here? So if you're looking at the PDF, I've got paper. So.
Oh, right, okay. Was the chart you were showing us yesterday, it's... Which one is it?
It was
I
westbound,
think it's figure,
wasn't it?
is it 10.4?
10.4,
yeah.
Yes.
And it's that
Thank you very
bottom
much.
right one.
Yes, I've got it. Yes, that's A720 mainline westbound.
Yeah.
And I'm looking bottom right, PM peak hour.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. So, can you just explain the difference between the blue and the purple line, which I think you may have just done?
The purple line is the design with the grade separated with these additional trips from grade separation.
And the blue one underneath is just where the traffic's capped, but you haven't added in those additional trips, is that right?
I think that's what that light blue line is, yes.
Right.
I think so.
And the blue
I
one...
think it's like a fixed trip, so I think that's the design without those additional trips added.
Right.
But applied to the junction version of
and
the
so
model.
the blue line is underneath that.
They'll be very similar because the purple line and the light blue line will be very, very similar, because the only difference being that there's a few extra trips added in,
Yeah.
which we've identified in the...
So it's a few extra trips. The traffic in the local model is still capped at 0. You've just added a few extra trips in.
Yes, that's right, yes.
Is it fair to say that it's not reflecting the actual traffic growth in the SRM the surrounding SRM model? You've added in particular trips to particular junctions, but you're not, because you're sort of doing that on a DS which is capped, you're not sort of expressing the whole of the SRM.
Sorry, it's only capped in our local model. In the strategic road network, it's uncapped, it's unrestrained. So in the strategic regional model at Tier 3, there's no restraints at all. The traffic can move as the model requires. It's only the restriction only applies to that local model area, the local model and local model area. In terms of growth elsewhere, the traffic is free to go wherever the model predicts it needs to go.
Okay, so we've got a local model which is capped at 0, and that's around Sheriffhall. But then for these graphs, we're just using the less detailed SRM model. Is that correct?
No, these graphs are for the local model area, because we need that local model to show us the detail of journey times. The local model is the better model for representing journey times in the with and without scheme case. Yeah. So that's the model we're using, because that's the best tool we've got to show us what's going to happen in a future year.
Right. So these graphs come out the local model, but the labels SRM refer to the versions of the SRM model surrounding it, providing the trip information. And then you've added, with the GS, you've added on some additional trips.
Yes, which were informed by the 2024 forecast from this regional SRM12 model.
But, yeah, the question, coming back to the question, was that is it reflecting the whole of the SRM in that case?
Yes, I think...
It's reflecting everything, right?
Yes.
So you are comparing the DM at 0 growth with, well, in these you're showing what the DS does, but that's what you're doing in the...
The do minimum has got growth up from the 2024 SRM model applied, which has got all the developments and all the top-level growth that's been handed down to that regional model.
So you've provided the data at 2024. What happens in future years? Because I mean, that's in reality, that's before Sheriffhall was even built.
No, it's not before Sheriffhall was built. We've done a test which included the grade-separated junction and added the trips, the incremental increase in trips as a result of grade-separating the junction on top of the model. So it includes those extra trips that are attracted by the grade separation.
But it's an abstract model, isn't it? Because you're saying you're using the SRM figures from 2024 to do that.
Yes.
So that is next year. In the real world, Sheriffhall, if it's constructed, would be built in 2028.
Yes, and at that point, because this was the strategic road traffic model based on a 2014 year, looking 10 years ahead. Now we know from looking at it, we've seen some growth occur, but we've probably lost a couple of years because of the lockdown. You can potentially, although it's labelled 2024 in the strategic road model, we can probably say that developer doesn't come forward quite as quickly as we expected, so in reality it's probably slipped back a couple of years. But nominally we've called it 2024.
Yeah, well, it's more than not. I mean, that is, it's coming from, I mean, you have to believe, as you said, you have to believe, you have to use the tools you've got, and the tools you've got are the SRM model. And that's saying in 2024, that's what it gives you. It's modelling 2024. It's not modelling 2028 or 2043 or...
No, nominally it's 2024.
Right. So if
but you know, the issue is, we know that looking at our flows on the A720 that there's a couple of years gone missing. So, you know, in comparing those forecasts against what we're observing, we've probably lost a couple of years' growth, and development is likely to have slipped back a couple of years as well for similar reasons.
Okay. If we go back to table 9.3 then, what would, you've got the 2040 low case there, so that's where
Yes, that's right. What's called 2025 low in table 9.3, that's the SRM12 forecast, including their policy tests with reduced carbon car vehicle kilometres.
Yeah. And that's not what you're using in the traffic forecasts.
Sorry?
That's not what you're using in the traffic. That's a separate test.
No, that test came out later. Thinking back about the question we had yesterday, and thinking about the order that comes out, the numbers we're looking at, we know we had the debate about version 2017, 2022. It was definitely version 2017 because we did that work, did the forward forecast to a 2028 sensitivity test, and then this policy test came out later. So thinking back through the method that we did things, when I was uncertain which one it was we used. It's definitely version 2017. So
okay.
I've had time to think about it since, so that definitely was the case.
Okay, yeah, thanks. You've confirmed that. So the data effectively which is being modelled, which is being drawn in that figure. So I can't remember the number, but whatever figure it was, we were just looking at that chart. That's corresponding to the SRM12 version 2017 column there.
Yes, it will be, yes.
Yeah, and that's the same as we've got in 9.2. Okay, so what we haven't got here is SRM12 version, SRM12 version 2017, but at the year 2040 or any other future year. We're only seeing 2024.
That's what I presented in this table, because what this table is showing is that actually the tests using the low policy tests are producing trip numbers in 2024 low with policy tests that are of a very similar level to what we used for all our assessments.
Okay.
So our assessments if we were to do the assessments with our 2040 low policy case, we'd get very, very similar results to what we've already presented in our environmental statement.
Right. Yeah, I understand that this is testing, this table's effectively showing you've tested the 20% policy. But what I'm interested in...
Up to 2040 we've tested.
Yeah,
yes.
Okay. What I'm interested in is what the SRM12 on the core model with forecasting are using, which is, you just said, is the 2017 version, is what that looks like in 2040. Now, just thinking aloud, try to sort of get some moving the question forward. You've already said yesterday that when you go to the version 2022 and you use 2025 column, it's very similar numbers for that low one. Is it reasonable to say that the SRM12 version 2022 high case in 2040 is going to be something of a similar order to what you'd have in the version 2017, as we haven't got that data before us? I mean, what I'm getting at is that there's traffic growth in the core forecast in 2040, and on that, we're seeing that the trips in the system have gone up from sort of just under 14,000 to 16,000.
That's what was labelled high is not similar to what would have been the core in the earlier version. Yes, I suspect that's the case.
Sorry, say it again.
I suspect that's probably the case. I mean,
right.
It's likely that it's of a similar order, I would think, to what we would have had if we'd have presented that number.
That was thinking aloud, and I know it's not sort of totally solid evidence because we haven't got that in the table. But then, I mean, the question is, on that figure, going back to figure 10.4, what we're seeing is the profile of the traffic going westwards. I'm not quite sure what you call a distance time chart. You're seeing that profile in 2024, which is sort of based on those figures in the first column in 9.3. But what we're not seeing is what that would look like in 2040 with figures similar to what we have under the 2040 high column. We've introduced another sort of, I think it's around 15% of traffic onto the network, and we're not seeing the distance time chart for that. I don't know whether there's any other ones in the document which would show that.
I've not presented them, but when we're talking an extra 3,000 trips, that's across the whole local model area. So only a proportion of those would be loaded onto the A720. So given a that increase in up to 2040 on the A720, what would happen is that the gradient of that graph would increase slightly, reduce slightly, so the speeds would. Sorry, wait a minute. Let's get the way around. The speeds would reduce on the bypass slightly in terms of the journey times would increase on the bypass slightly. What we've not got, what wouldn't shown is a gridlock position where the line went vertically up in the air, where no forward velocity was, no distance progress was made. If a gridlock position would be where no movement was made forwards, but time continued upwards. So you'd end up with a line on this graph that just went vertically straight up. Yeah. Now, that's definitely not going to be the case that we get in 2040. We're not adding that much extra traffic that you would cause that section of the A720 to block. What we have is a graph which is slightly more adjusted.
But, sorry, just about in, but the table in, that table 9.3
yeah.
is suggesting, say, 2,000 extra cars in the peak.
Across the whole local model, so that includes...
The local model is the A720 and the local network there.
And some of the growth will be running north-south.
Seems to be quite a lot of cars though, 2,000 cars in an hour?
Yes, but they might be using the park and ride site at Sheriffhall. They could be doing all sorts of movements. They're not just those 2,000 vehicles going east-west. They'll be adding like extra trips generated by Dalkeith in future years. So some of them
then that would make you think, well, how efficient is Sheriffhall going to be as a grade separated junction for the local, for the local traffic?
Yeah.
Because you're saying there'll be a percentage of that 2,000 cars on the local, but we're kind of saying the network around Sheriffhall is congested anyway. So how are they going to move round, and where's the journey time benefit? And if you're going west to east, is your tailback such now that your tailback's past Sheriffhall, and therefore you've got no journey time benefit either? But I guess we don't know. Is that
no, we do know because the sorry, I'm just trying to think how to explain this. What we're testing is a case where there's what we've got is extra traffic moving across the whole network. Now, in the do minimum case, there's a traffic signal junction that's really struggling. So we do know that in the do minimum, there's going to be large delays. What we've got is taken 50% of the traffic off the roundabout. So those local trips that get through can drive straight through to get to, if they're trying to get to the Sheriffhall Park and Ride, they can go through much more easily. They can get there much more easily with the scheme in place.
But has all that been modelled on a graph? No. Like, I don't have a graph that would show that. Show what happens to the roundabout, what happens to A70 in 2040, based on that 2,000 extra vehicles. I don't have a graph.
We haven't produced that graph because, no.
It would be useful to see that.
I wonder, sorry ma'am, to interrupt, if you're talking about local traffic, Mr Simpson saying the chart on the following page deals with A7 Old Dalkeith Road.
Yes.
And then the following chart thereafter, the 6106 Mill Hill Road. As I say, apologies for interrupting, but if questions are relating to movements of traffic on the local road network, these charts have been produced.
Sorry, beg pardon, I stand corrected, yes.
But based on 2024, on the same basis as the...
Yes, they are 24.
Figure 10.4?
Yes,
okay.
They are for 2024.
So I suppose, how do I know that by 2040 we're not back to square one in a worse position or a gridlock position? How do I know that? Based on the fact there could be 2,000 more cars in peak time.
Just trying to think how to explain it logically. I haven't got the evidence. I just have in my head. It's that level of flow that's increased on the A720 isn't sufficient to make the delays on the A720 sufficient to cause problems in the local road network. But we haven't got that demonstrated in a graph. I can think of.
Can we go to that next page, 10.5, figure 10.5, and the top right-hand graph, which is the A7 Old Dalkeith Road northbound. So that's going into the city, and this is peak hour. Those graphs, I think, show the base 2017, well, you sort of get through in 6 minutes. When you go to the DM in 2024, it's 12 minutes. That's reflecting already the congestion building up on that road. When you go to the blue one, which is understand it, yeah, that's the sort of DS, but with no the traffic growth and with no additional SRM data. It's gone to 8 minutes, and then when you add in those additional trips from the SRM to go to the purple, it goes back to 10. So you've gained, in 2024, you've gained 2 minutes if you're driving into the city at that time on the A7 Old Dalkeith Road, northbound. I mean, a graph which would be really helpful to know is what that looks like in 2024. Sorry, 2040, because with the additional growth, I mean, thinking top of my head, I'd suspect those orange, purple, and blue lines just to converge on the graph when as you go into the future of additional traffic growth from the SRM building up. So, yeah, that's one of the local roads where, on the basis of that, it would look like the scheme is not achieving. Well, it's achieving a little for a short time, but it's going to be back to the square one situation reasonably soon.
No, I don't agree with that.
I wonder if Mr. Elliott would like to explain why he doesn't agree.
The difference between I'm looking at figure 10.5. I'm looking in the top left corner.
Top right corner, sorry, was the one I had.
Oh, I was looking at the top left.
Oh, that's the peak. That's the AM peak.
Yes, the AM peak. Yes.
Yeah, I was talking about the PM peak one on the right.
Well, looking at the AM peak, you can see there that in the base, the orange line is higher than the purple line, and that's the two lines differentiate at the point where they cross through the Sheriffhall roundabout. In the case of the orange line, that's got the existing traffic signal junction. In the case of the purple line, that's got the grade separated junction. So all the benefit occurs at the junction, and that junction is always there.
Yeah. Okay, I agree with that, but that's showing a 1 minute gain in the AM peak. It's showing a 1 minute gain, approximately, maybe a minute and a half, to be fair.
If we look at the PM peak on the right, which is the one you're referring to.
Yeah, that's right.
Again, the PM peak, the orange line, which is the no scheme case, is the highest, has the highest delays on it because it's first up the graph. If you look at the purple line, it more or less, the purple and the orange line more or less follow the same gradients, except where there's a queue on the approach to the Sheriffhall junction.
Yeah.
And there you see a 2 to 3 minute time saving on that approach because of the junction. And it's only on because of the junction and the approach to the junction.
Well, I think you see a 2 minute one between the orange and the purple, because it's 12 minutes and 10 minutes. You see a 2 minute gain at the end of the graph. And I agree about the gradient change. The point I'm making is the same as you made earlier, that as the traffic increases, as you go forward in time, that gradient will, immediately before Sheriffhall, will become more aligned with the orange one by the looks of it. It will, and effect at the end of the day, as you say, at 2040, what I suggested was that the purple, blue and orange lines would all more or less be the same, because the SRM 12 model has put a lot of extra trips into the system, and that will just push those curves up with the gradient at the Sheriffhall.
But the difference between the two lines is maintained, because the Sheriffhall is having the benefit of easing that flow on the north-south movement.
So there's a differential effect. You're saying there's a differential effect. I don't know. But if there is a differential effect, you're saying that the DM you're saying something like the DM in 2040 might be sort of something like 15 or something.
Well, I think that might be a bit high. What we're looking at is 3,000, I think we said 3,000 vehicles, which is spread from all directions. Some of that will be on the A5, but how much extra traffic is going to grow from Dalgleith given the policies coming forward?
Okay, but you're saying the orange line will go up somewhat if there's extra traffic.
If we're using high growth and we're not implementing the low car kilometre policies, so we're looking at a case where the policies have failed.
Yes, and we come back. I mean, we come back then to, it's outside your remit actually. I mean, this is what I was discussing with Beam Singh and others earlier about the risk of policy delivery. And we're already seeing, for example, the net zero strategy in the UK was thrown out in the court last year because the risk of policy delivery had not been properly worked out at all. I mean, in essence, that was the court judgment. I think we'll see a lot of things like that happening in other policy areas to do with transport and climate change. So you cannot assume policy delivery unless you've done a risk analysis. And these risk analysis hasn't been done. And when we had the SRM 2022 version with low, which is interest policy, I mean, you weren't able to tell us what policy had been built into that model, and you weren't able to tell us what risk analysis had been done on that policy delivery in order to even say that model was in any sense realistic.
It's not my model, so
yes,
I can't comment on it. Someone else would have done that work.
Yeah. It's not your model. But you're not trusting it in the forecasting you're doing here. The model you're trusting in the forecasting here is the core model, which corresponds to the high model. So that's the model you're using, and that's the model in terms of your environmental statement you're trusting to put forward into the inquiry. So that's the model we have to discuss.
I'm not
The
sure there
load
was a
test
question.
is an interesting test, but
Yeah, there's an awful lot of submission going on here. I didn't interrupt, for example, a reference to the net zero strategy having been thrown out of the court on the basis that Dr Boswell asserted. There'll be something to be said in submission about whether Dr Boswell's even close to accuracy in terms of what the court decided. But anyway, this is not for Mr Elliott.
okay. But let's agree we're talking about the 2017 core models, and that's the models which are being put forward to the inquiry for the traffic forecasting. There's been a test done of the low one, but it's only come in terms of that test. It's not come in any other sense into the environmental statement, has it?
No, when we did the work a year or so ago, that we were using that original model. The tests, the low policy tests, come in subsequently.
Okay. So I'm saying in that 2017 core model, the traffic is growing and is putting pressure on the local transport model. And what I'm saying in that graph, the right-hand graph, which is the PM peak hour on the A7 northbound, is going to push the graphs up in 2040. You're saying, well, I think what you're saying, you'll push them all up. It'll push them all up. I was saying they would converge, but I take the point, it might push them all up, in fact. So you're talking about a differential effect. There's still an effect between them. So Sheriffhall is providing something, but it's a differential effect. It's not an absolute effect. And if we look at the absolute effect, I mean, at the moment we're seeing in the DM 2024, we're seeing a 12-minute delay. What we want to know is what the absolute effect is on the purple and the blue. But I think what we can be sure of in doing a 2041 graph would be that the purple and blue would have gone up, absolutely. And that's the point I was making. And that then the absolute gain of the Sheriffhall has basically probably disappeared. I mean, we need to see the graphs, but it's fairly reasonable to think, looking at that graph, that on that A7, that the absolute gain from the Sheriffhall will have been lost. You may still have a differential gain because everything's just clogged up more.
That's not what I wouldn't. We have a conflict of opinion here.
We agree to disagree, or that's a point of disagreement. Just going back to the 10.4, the bottom right-hand one, which is PM peak hour going westbound on the main line. And again, the same problem occurs, that at 2040, we're seeing already in the in the 2024 GS, we're seeing a steep curve at Gilmerton, the next junction down, and we don't know from the graphs what that would be at 2040. But again, it would look like that is the point where in 2040 we would see the curve going steep. So we would see the transfer of the congestion issue from Sheriffhall to Gilmerton?
I think it depends on the magnitude of that increase. So if you have a lot of extra traffic on the A720, then that might be the case, but that's not what we've, that's not where is the issue. So it's not the scheme, it's not Transport Scotland accept that there's going to be slow, movements along that section of the A720. It's not our case. Our scheme's addressing that part of the network.
I suppose just turning on its head slightly, I get it's not Transport Scotland's case that they're improving all the congestion of the bypass. It's very clear it's the Sheriffhall roundabout. I suppose if you're thinking about the public interest and long-term benefits, is the scheme worth doing in the context of the existing congestion and traffic growth on the wider network, given the fact those benefits are likely to reduce over time?
What we've got is a situation where we've got there will be extra traffic on the A720, but that's going to be naturally constrained by itself because people will change their responses. As you increase the journey times on that section of the A720, people will change their behaviours. So you won't get the same growth on that section of the link. The demand won't increase at the same rate as it does elsewhere on the network because people will change their strategies and it will reduce the demand on that section. People will always adjust to find the easiest route through the network. And as that section of the network becomes harder, people will find alternative routes, such that the level of delay is minimised. It doesn't carry on up at when you look at a particular section of motorway that becomes over-congested, it doesn't suddenly get so busy it stops. It still functions as a motorway.
Well, the bypass doesn't some days. Some days the bypass is just a big car park for a little while.
But it's
still
functioning as a benefit.
Slow.
It's still providing a benefit and it's still transporting vehicles. Those vehicles are still moving.
But you could take that view in 2040 that people are still willing to sit, albeit you go very slowly, in traffic. So my question is, against that context and the fact that the scheme isn't intended to and doesn't address congestion on the wider network, and it's accepted in the approach as evidence that it's not just the A70 that's congested, it's the local network, is the scheme worthwhile doing?
Sorry, on the local network?
Sorry, I meant like the local traffic, the A7 and the A6106.
The main congestion point is the A720.
But I think there's also that point that the local network is congested, which is why you don't get much additional traffic. I thought that was part of your evidence too. So if that is the case, and that's all constrained, and it's not going to get any better, and there's traffic growth, is it worthwhile doing the scheme?
Yes, it is.
I wonder, sorry again if I may interrupt, if it's part of your question, ma'am, about local network congestion at the current stage, this current point in time, and if Mr Elliott might want to comment on that as well.
Of course, if I picked that up wrong, yeah, absolutely comment.
The network capacity, where we have a concern in terms of network capacity is that section of the A720. So there are other roads. So what we've done, let me just take for example let me see if I can find the table that I'm looking at. If we look at table 9.1 in my traffic modelling and assessment report, this was looking at some of the roads that run north-south in and around the junction. Now, this is a comparison of without scheme and with scheme and how it affects each of the side roads. So when we have the scheme in place, all but one of those side roads has a reduction in traffic with the scheme in place, varying between 2 to 5%. So on all these local roads, we're making things better by putting the scheme in place, and that's having benefits. The one scheme that's increased is the one road is the A7 Dalkeith Road, which has gone up by 6%. But that road is not a road that has lots of accesses off it. It's carried more of the traffic than that before. That's not a high flow for that type of road.
So that position in 2024, but we don't know if that would remain the position going forward, because if, for example, what you're saying is, I think what you're saying is the congestion gets worse on the A720, and that's the concern. I think you're accepting that's the network constraint we're concerned about. So it gets busier in the A720, and I think what you're saying is people then do different things because you're not going to sit in the queue. So your alternative might be to use some of these roads. Because the roundabout's freer going north-south and it is east to west. Because
there's now more headroom to be able to use more headroom capacity such that they can be used.
But the headroom isn't massive. So how do we know what happens to these roads as a consequence of the A70?
Because we're comparing it against the due minimum, in which there's a much...
At 2024.
But the same thing will happen in 2040, where in the 2040, if you put more load on, you're still giving the junction will still give it extra capacity headroom that you wouldn't have had if the scheme hadn't gone forwards.
But is that not eroded by the extra vehicles on the road?
Yes, but no, you can't.
So you're saying you get benefit in 2024 of X,
yes,
and that benefit just continues because the due minimum and the case just continues in the same way?
I'm saying it continues or gets better. You get more benefits as you go forward. So as you increase the demand, you get more benefits. But we've not claimed all those extra benefits. We've given it as a fixed level. What you're saying is as you get traffic, what I think you're thinking is that as you increase growth, you get negative benefits, which is not the case.
Well, I might think that if you get to the point where, with growth, the roundabout, the new junction, isn't free-flowing anymore. That's what I'm getting to. So you get to the point where you can come to the roundabout, you might get onto the roundabout and sit because your exit points are congested. So therefore, there is no benefit. Or there's a lesser benefit than there would have been with a signalised junction?
No, because in the due minimum case, you'd have had a much, much longer queue, wouldn't you? If that was a scenario in 2040, we had so much traffic that it took a long time to get through. In the due minimum case, it'd be worse. In the no scheme case, it'd be worse, because that demand is there.
And that's because you've taken that 75% of traffic off the junction in the first place?
75% again, sorry. Was it 50% out? I can't remember.
It's 75% out of the junction itself and 50% out of the A720.
It's the other way around, I think. But, sorry. In terms of the total inflows going into the existing roundabout, we were taking out 50%.
So, sorry, I can see where you're getting to. So, but the benefit we see on day one that's being monetised for the economic case, that benefit, those journey time savings that you've got here at 2024, that journey time saving may become less by 2040. So you're saving 5 minutes now. By 2040, it might be you're saving 2 minutes, but it's still a 2 minute saving on where you'd be on the do minimum. And actually, the do minimum might be longer than it was in 2024 anyway.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, Dr. Boswell, you can carry on.
Yeah. I was just trying to sort of gather what you said there, because my question before all this discussion was that at some point in the future, there's probably, as soon as 2040, the absolute benefit, there's going to be no absolute benefit generated in terms on some of these graphs we're seeing. The A7 North, the PM peak, the
Dr. Boswell, can I suggest this is for your evidence?
Well, I'm sort of asking the question
right.
that what...
Get to a question, because I'm sure we'll
I
explore
disagree
this
with it.
Sorry?
Because what you're proposing, I disagree with.
You disagree with that?
Yes.
You're saying that there'll be a differential improvement. You're saying there'll always be a differential improvement. The question where we're disagreeing, this is why I came back, was to what extent you can actually say in 2040, we can't answer this without the graphs. And we haven't got the graphs before us, but to pose the question, to what extent are you actually getting an absolute gain compared to 2040, so to 2024, in 2040, say? So, on that graph, figure 10.4, the bottom right-hand corner, it's the question of, you've got the 13-minute gain yesterday between the orange and the purple. Does all of that go by 2040? Because already on that purple line, even in 2024, you're seeing it go steep at Gilmerton, which indicates that you have shifted the problem, even in 2024, from Sheriffhall to Gilmerton. Graph's not as steep as it is at Sheriffhall, to be fair, but the purple line's already going up steeply at Gilmerton. To what extent is that going to go up a lot more steeply, knocking out any absolute gain in journey time that you get? So at the end of the day, that purple line will land up, similar to the orange one, 29 minutes for the journey, or 28 minutes for the journey. You can't.
So is that a question?
We need to see the graphs. Well, we need to see the graphs to answer it, but.
Well, we don't have the graphs, so I'm relying on the evidence of the experts.
Sorry?
I don't have the graph.
Yeah.
So I'm going to weigh up the evidence from the two experts on this point.
Okay.
And so Mr. Elliott's point is to answer that question as to what his view is as to whether there's no absolute gain for that very reason. He was saying that the problem's shifted from Sheriffhall to Gilmerton, and if we're just sitting in a queue regardless.
Yeah. Yep.
As I say, the growth won't be of that order. It's not going to be the issue that envisages.
So why is it not the issue that Dr. Boswell's envisaging? Why do you disagree with that?
Because the growth's not going to be that high that the dual carriage completely blocks up.
And you're saying that's because people will do something different?
People change their behaviours.
So the people changing their behaviour, they come off the scheme. So,
or
they come off the A720.
There's a number of behaviours. that's one response, is to change route.
Right. But in terms of the scheme operating, then, and whether the scheme is providing additional functionality, you're saying as you go forward in time, people will start to feel some effect with the absolute journey times go up, whether they actually cross the barrier of being worse than 2024, and that's one question, but there's going to be an absolute rise in the journey times, and people are going to think, well, this is not functional, so I'm going to do something else anyway. So that would suggest that, the scheme is not meeting its objectives.
Sorry, was that a question?
Yeah.
I mean, that's just stating that's a view. I don't agree with him.
Okay, you don't agree with that? So we may expect to see more local trips happen, more displacement from. You put in Sheriffhall at 2028, talk about the real world. Put in Sheriffhall in 2028, you get some immediate benefit. And we see that, and that's a differential. I'd call that a differential benefit. And there's an absolute benefit on day 1 too. But as time goes on, we like to see displacement away from the A720 because of Gilmerton and other issues. Sorry?
In both the do minimum and the do something case, yes.
Yeah.
The same.
No, I agree it's in both. And it hits the do minimum quicker, there's no doubt about that. But what I'm saying is it hits the do something as well at some point. So at one level, the scheme is a sticking plaster for some period of time. We don't know because we haven't got the graphs to see when that happens. But can we go to assessment? Can we go to the further information report, please, and those graphs, those figures at the end, the maps, and chart B2. So we're talking about this chart a bit yesterday, and this is the one where, well,
Sorry,
this is how it's created the study.
Mr. Elliott, I'm not sure he's got it yet.
Oh, sorry.
Which one is it? What's it called?
Oh, it's figure B2. It's right at the end of that. Sorry? All right. I'll find it. It's right at the very end.
The document number is TS001.022, the further information report. I think Dr. Boswell's referring to, and yes, Dr. Boswell, you're saying it's at the chart at the page 80. No?
I get it at 195, I think, in the PDF. Yeah. I think that's the right ones. Yeah.
B2.
Yeah, 195. So this is the study area we're talking about yesterday for the greenhouse gas emissions, assessment 2. And the study area you created, and it's bringing in links where you've got, from the surrounding SRM, where you've got more than 20% HGV flows and 10% inter-peak flows. Given that it's picking up these...
Sorry, excuse me, I'm struggling to... I've lost my documents here,
right.
so apologies. It was... I think I'm looking at the core documents and a TS document, isn't it? That's what I've done wrong. Sorry, I was looking in the wrong folder. Beg your pardon. Right, sorry. Now tell me the PDF page.
Yeah, it's 195.
Thank you very much. Apologies, I've got...
No worries. Yeah, so perhaps I ought to say what I've just said, because
Okay,
you were
I'm
looking
on,
for the document, but
I'm on the diagram.
B2.
Yes, sorry, I have it now. Sorry the delay.
So I was just saying that this is assessment 2 study area, assessment 2 for the greenhouse gases, and
yes, thank
you
you.
develop the study area, and it's well, the study area is developed to on the basis of links greater than 20% HGV increases, flow increases, and 10% interpeak flow increases. Does this map show a displacement of traffic towards the southern suburbs of Edinburgh?
Sorry, I'm looking at diagram B2.
Yeah.
This is just a identification of links, yes?
It's identification of links, but it's particularly identifying links which have greater interpeak flows of traffic.
Plus some logical links to make a coherent study area.
But it would suggest, for example, that road which is just north of the bypass, that you may get an effect where vehicles are choosing not to use the bypass, so since you've got a displacement towards that.
But they could have been selected because of the reduction in traffic as well, couldn't they? So if more traffic is staying on the A720, it'd also get highlighted because it would be a reduction. So it could be plus or minus.
So it could be if you're removing 10% of the inter
Yeah,
peak. Okay, that's
without
not clear from
looking at the spreadsheet, it's not possible to know whether it's a plus or a minus criteria that's caused the selection.
It's just a difference of 10%
Yes.
or more.
Okay, that's not clear in the document. The further information document doesn't describe it that way. It describes it as an increase. It says links which experience an increase of greater than 20% flows. I'm going to find the right bit. I think it's 213, I think. Yeah. Okay. Okay, it may be my interpretation. What it says changed by greater than 10%.
Yeah, I think
I
that means
read
an
that as an
absolute
increase.
magnitude change is how I've interpreted it, rather than just more than.
Okay, I understand
plus or
what you're
minus
saying.
10%.
You're finding the extremes at both ends.
Sorry?
Effectively, you're finding the extremes of the HGV traffic or the...
Yeah, I think the selection criteria was if there's a change of more than.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that's my recollection of it anyway.
No, I take that I misunderstood exactly what that meant from that document. Okay, we're at 10:55.
How much longer are you going to be, Dr. Boswell?
Well,
last night we were given an estimate of an hour. We're now an hour and a half in.
Yeah, I know.
I know I've intervened.
I have to really understand the Mr. Hodgkiss's precognition, because I hadn't been aware, actually, that there was a lot in that. And what I've tried to do is work out with the issue of the remits and who can answer what question. I've had to sort of try and work out, what I can ask when. I wanted to clear those issues, but I have got further questions which I wasn't able to ask yesterday, but I think it's helpful to go to Mr. Hodgkiss's precognition to help with this, actually.
Well, before we do that, how long do you think your question is going to take?
Right.
Is it half an hour? Are we talking 45 minutes?
It might be that Mr. Elliott says, I can't answer that. That series of questions, in which case we whiz through them and then we lodge them for later. Or it may be on the basis of what Mr. Hodgkiss says in his precognition that Mr. Elliott is the best placed person to answer those questions. I mean, that's going to be a judgment call as the questions get asked. I can't make that call. But
okay, on the basis that I have got questions that I want to ask, which I think my list is coming down based on this morning, I think we'll have a 10-minute break and hopefully we can wrap up your evidence before lunch. Okay, I mean, we've really got to aim to try and wrap up this evidence before lunchtime.
Can I just point you to Mr. Hodgkiss's precognition? I was going to ask this of Mr. Elliott as a question anyway. The paragraph 5.3 and the last sentence of that.
Do you have a copy of that, Mr. Elliott? Is there a point before you want to make before we go on a break? Or are you just...
Oh, well I just wanted to say that it says that the study area used in Informed Assessment 2, the main assessment, was defined by Mr. Elliott, and he's best placed to address matters relating to the identification of that study area. And I've got questions which I think fall into that category. We started doing some of that yesterday, but, the line of questioning was sort of halted because I was told it wasn't the right remit. But when I saw that, it seems to me that the questions do apply to Mr. Elliott. Mr. Hodgkiss is saying that. So if we have a break, perhaps we can come back and I'll try to whiz through them, so to speak. But
yeah, I think we'll have a break for 10 minutes and you can start at that point.
Thank you.
So that takes us to... we'll make it 11:10.
Yeah. Thank you.
Do you want to continue with where you were?
Yeah. I've tried over the break, actually, just to reduce it down, I think, to 5 questions, maybe 4, and hold everything else back for Mr. Hodgkiss. You can get on. So just on the FIR at the top of page 186, that's the further information report, so the FIR. So page 186, it's top of the page, second bullet. And this is referring to assessment 2, which is the one being taken forward as the study area and model for the greenhouse gas emissions. It states vehicle kilometres travelled within the study area experience a relatively minor increase due to the proposed scheme, both the year of opening, plus 1.5%, and the future year of plus 1.8%. So do you agree the figures demonstrate that Sheriffhall makes no contribution to the 20% car reduction target.
The vehicle kilometres travelled. Well, yes, that's what that paragraph says. I'm just trying to think where that's come from, but yes.
Okay, thank you. And if we turn to assessment A4, that's on PDF page 189. So this is an assessment from the opening year of 2028, and it is modelled across the whole SRM area. And the final bullet point at the bottom of the page reports vehicle kilometres travelled on the wider network increase due to the proposed scheme in both the year of opening 2028 and the future year of 2043. So can you confirm that this is further evidence that the scheme is not consistent with the 20% policy?
Sorry, I'm delays. I'm just trying to remember which study area that relates to.
Assessment A4, the study area is the one which goes across the whole SRM area. That's what it says in the table, wherever the table is. The table on page 183, so 2 pages back. Oh no, sorry, that's you're on 189, so a few pages back to 183 is the table A21, and it says for A4, all traffic data, all links in the local parametrics model and 2028 regional SRM model.
I'd have to think about that one, because I need to think about which links are included in when it says all of the modelled area. We'd have to make sure that it includes that the zone connector links, for example, that it used purely to load traffic on would have been correctly allowed for. But I think we'd have to. That statement will need a little bit of investigation, I think, just to confirm it. It's what it's staying in this. That's paragraph. It's the modelled links are showing an increase. You know, when you add up all the vehicle kilometres on the links in that whole model area, it's showing an increase, yes. But we'd have to look. Before I said definitely one way or another, I'd quite like to have a look at which links are included. Okay. Because allowing all the links in the regional model area, the problem with the regional model is that you might not have all links correctly represented. So sometimes one link is representing 2 or 3 roads at the same time. The way that traffic loads in onto the model might mean that they're travelling further just because the model requires them to, because there's a link missing. So it's not necessarily correct. When you take a full regional model like that, all sorts of things can make things complicated. So you'd have to think a bit carefully about which links you're including, because there will be a lot of links that are used in a regional model just to make the model work correctly. A link doesn't necessarily represent a real road, if you see what I mean. Some of them are there for the purposes of modelling, not real links. So it's a bit difficult to make a firm conclusion based on that sentence.
The author of the report, not sure quite who it would be, but made a firm conclusion. So that's the evidence before us. So I understand you may bring other evidence which refines that conclusion in some way. And that's where we're at on that one, I think. That's fair, is it?
Yeah, I mean, the statement's there, so presumably the links that he looked at and summed up in the spreadsheet, that's what the numbers show. So, but you just need to.
Okay.
I would put a note of caution against it. That's all.
Okay. Right. So, yes, if we could go to paragraph 213, please, on page 184. We looked at it yesterday. I mean, this is referring to assessment 2 and the study area as generated by the link selection you did. And the sentence says the current approach utilised, the final sentence of that paragraph, the current approach utilised to use a carefully selected greenhouse gas study area is therefore a compromise but proportionate, given that the objective is the grade separation of single trunk road junction. Must admit, I don't really understand that sentence, but can you explain why it's a compromise? What it is a compromise between?
Apologies, can I just take a minute to read the full context of the paragraph?
Yeah.
Yes, that penultimate sentence is quite important, isn't it? Because it says the regional model contains lots of information that is not relevant to those journeys associated with the pro scheme. So what that's saying is if you use the full regional model area, there are lots of links that are there purely for the purpose of modelling, and therefore you can't rely on the changes on those external links. So the compromise is that you focus on a more compact, localised study area where you've got more reliability, more confidence in the link flow forecasts. And that is why why Assessment 2 uses a more focused study area, because it removes the plus or minus inaccuracies that are associated with links that are remote from the scheme. So by removing the less confident, those links that you have less confidence in from the analysis, then that means it improves the confidence and accuracy of the result that you calculate at the end of the day. So the compromise is between improving the accuracy of your analysis and the risk that maybe you lose some plus or minus numbers from links outside of the study area. We've shown by looking at the with and without test that most of the effects of if not nearly all the effects of the grade separation are fairly localized in nature. So by picking a study area that is focused on the Sheriffhall area and picking up links around, that improves the accuracy of your greenhouse gas calculation.
Thanks, that's helpful. I hope this is the final question, actually. But so if I say what is being compromised, then if I understood what you said correctly, what's being compromised? I was talking yesterday about, this chart, the map, B2, and you've got the 20%. For the HGVs, you've got plus or minus 20%, and the inter-peak traffic plus or minus 10% is brought in. And then I asking the question, well, what happens if you were to say, well, do 10%, plus or minus 10% HGVs? You'd spread that study area out. And it's that spreading of the study area out to pick up other trips which is being compromised. And I take the point about as you do that, the further you go, you have less confidence in the accuracy. The further you go...
Of those, yes, so those links further out have less forecast accuracy in the flows that are on them. So right. there may be a few links with flow changes of 2 or 3 vehicles, 2, 3, 4 vehicles, which have a length, of 500 metres. So that may be a change in vehicle kilometres of, 10 vehicles on a 1 kilometre link. That's 10 vehicle kilometres. So if there's a 10 vehicle change, 10 vehicles a day change on that link, then you've missed that from your analysis. But similarly, as you go out, there are some inaccuracies in the link forecast that are much greater than the 10 vehicles you've missed. You don't know whether that 10 vehicles is a plus or a minus, depending on, I don't know if there's a bias in whether you're missing more or gaining more. But as you spread the area, the study area, you reduce the accuracy of your calculation. So you might pick up a few extra changes in greenhouse gases, but your analysis will be a plus or minus much bigger range of, your end result has a much bigger variation in it in terms of your level of confidence in the answer. So the compromise is between making sure you're certain that you've picked up all the changes, which implies increasing the size of study area, and making sure that you have confidence in the link flow changes that you're forecast, which means reducing the size of the study area. So it's always a compromise in understanding, between level of confidence in the flow changes and making sure you've picked up all of the relevant links in the assessment. So the whole analysis process needs that careful balance in choosing the study areas to whether you're improving your accuracy or losing information. And it's information that could be plus or minus in either way. You could be flow increases or it could be flow reductions. You don't know which ones you're losing. So at the end of the day, you end up with a best estimate of the central figure within a range of possible calculations. Statistically, the answers could be give or take a bit, but what we're trying to do is get the best estimate, best calculation of the real value in terms of the vehicle change in kilometres. That's the compromise that we're always pushing against.
You did say that they would balance out, you'd lose some trips, you'd gain some, and you said you didn't know what the bias would be between that. Is that correct? Can I just confirm that?
I don't know if there's an easy way of identifying, because the chain, yes, you could have negative changes where if it's a link parallel to the A720, then that link could transfer trips onto the trunk road. But similarly, if you look at the ends of the model, you'll be losing trips because you won't pick up. Roads that are parallel, we'll see reductions, but roads that lead into the improvement, we'll see increases. So it depends whether those links are in competition with the intervention you're implementing, or complementary to the intervention you're implementing. If that explains it, hopefully that explains what I'm trying to say. But there can be links within the model, some complement the scheme and some sort of in competition with it for route choice.
I'm sorry, I do want to close the question, but just would that not be a situation in which doing other sensitivity tests at other thresholds on that plus or minus 20 have helped to to give greater confidence? Because you look at the traffic model, get a sense of the accuracy. But what I don't see is that sensitivity testing has been done.
When we're doing appraisals, we could spend years and years and years doing sensitivity tests and different analysis and a lot of different analyses and tests to try and improve the accuracy of the assessment results that we produce. There's always a conflict in between the amount of work that the consultant does and towards producing these assessments and improving the quality of these assessments, and actually delivering a scheme within the required programme and cost effectively. So we always have this argument about how much assessment we need to do and what is the correct level of assessment and effort to put into producing a quality of analysis that is sufficient to show what we need it to show. It's always a discussion that we have to have with programme managers and budget holders. And
I sort of agree with the point that Mr. Nash said yesterday, that computing power is cheap, people are expensive, and
yes, and when you're waiting
trivial to run these scenarios. I mean,
correct.
I did it for years.
And when you're running a computer, you can run lots and lots of computers, and you might say that's not human resource hungry, but actually I've got as a traffic modeller in the forecast, I've got people waiting on those results. So I've got noise analysis, quality analysis, and they're all drumming on my desk waiting for the numbers to come out of the machine. So we can do lots and lots of computer analysis, and you might say, oh yes, just let the computer run. But at the end of the day, we're trying to deliver to a program. So
close it there. Thank you very much.
Thanks, George Boswell. I do have some questions. I'm just going to check my list and I'll pick up. First of all, just sticking on kind of theme Mr. Boswell was on, Dr. Boswell was on, sorry. I'm looking at Mr. Hodgkiss's precognition at 3.3. Yeah, 3.3.
2.3.
3.3.
Okay, thank you.
And it says traffic data was provided and the open year scenarios were screened to identify the ARN. The ARN is road links that experience a change in alignment and/or traffic flow, composition and/or speed at a level above the lowest threshold. And I think that's your plus or minus 10 for vehicles and plus or minus 20 for HGVs. And it goes on to say in which the traffic model can represent change in traffic conditions to a reasonable level of confidence. So it was kind of on the back of what Dr. Boswell was saying. Did you model that 10 and 20% and lower to see where you got to, where you had a reasonable level of confidence, or were the 10 and 20% just given?
I was given the criteria to work to. The level of confidence is related to looking at the model to see the level of confidence in the forecasting, the changing forecasts, if you see what I mean. We have we can look at the links to see how confident we are that those changes are realistic.
But you weren't told, run the model to see what number you get to, where you're happy at the reasonable level of confidence. You were given the 10 and 20%. Did you test it at all? Or just run the model at 10, 20%?
No, it's not a run. What we've got is an off-the-shelf forecast of the do minimum and the do something. So what we're doing is comparing the flows from those forecasts to find the difference as a result of the scheme.
But were you given the 10 and 20%, or were you asked to come up with those figures?
No,
you were given the 10 and 20%?
Yes.
And then at 4.4, I think this is what you described that you did, that you took the model and you created the study area by adding in missing links effectively, so it became a coherent study area without having gaps. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sorry, ma'am, I apologise for interrupting, but it may, just to avoid confusion creeping in, when Dr. Hodgkiss is talking about in his paragraph 3.3, that's air quality and not a greenhouse gas assessment. Just to avoid the confusion across, that may be entirely clear, but just wanted to make sure confusion wasn't creeping in.
Okay, moving off that. Now, understanding from yesterday that at the strategic level, the strategic model, you kind of allocate the development, like allocated developments, to work out where your growth is going to be. So you would have put into that, I think, or there would have been put into it, I don't know if you're familiar with it, the Newton Farm road link proposal.
Yes, the Newton Farm was one of, I think, was on the list of developments that were given to the SRM12 consultants to consider. Yes.
So it's a development site which would have potentially at some point a link road. To be fair, we don't know what the link road would be like from the roundabout of the A68 or the Dalkey bypass. From there round to Sheriffhall, Shawfair. When you put that development in, do you have any regard to the effect that might have on the road network on the basis there would be a link road in there?
The standard guidance says that when you put a development like that in, you should also add any identified infrastructure that's been put in at the same time as the development to mitigate the traffic impacts. So, but that requires a level of confidence in what that mitigation measures would be. So at this stage, we don't really have a firm idea of what those interventions might involve, because they haven't got the transport assessments associated with those developments in any detail. They've got them in outline, so, but not in detail. Now, at that point, the consultants who are running the model have had to decide what levels of intervention to add into the models, and I don't know the answer to that question. So,
okay, I was going to ask you know if they added anything or not, but you don't know because you were involved in that process.
No, I don't know how when they made their list and decided which infrastructure to go in, they would have added into the network.
I think you said previously that the transport model for Scotland includes demand growth. Is that what you said?
Yes, I think it takes its demands from the Tier 1 level model, the National Trip End model, is my understanding. So I was just checking against my paragraph 5.1.4 in the TMA report, but that seems to confirm it. So,
hypothetically, maybe I'm just completely mad at this point. If, for example, we've got that policy test of 20% less vehicle kilometres, looking forward to schemes in the future, should that be built in to that model, or would that skew all the modelling? And should it be an intervention you model further down, like your strategic model or your local model? Because I'm trying to get to the point, if it's not in that top model and that model's based on demand, then are we delivering schemes to meet demand? Whereas if you build in the policies at that level and it trickles down to your lower models, you're therefore delivering to the policy requirements?
Yes, and I think you'd have to make those, well, in fact, as they have done, in fact, I think you have to make those, implement those policies at the regional model level, which is what, in fact, has actually been done. So the route map identifies things like workplace parking levy and things like various transport interventions, and those type of interventions ought to be modelled at a regional level. I think is the appropriate place to put them, and that regional model would then adjust the demands at that level.
And if you do that level, you're not then responding to a demand. You've already kind of suppressed your demand by putting the interventions in.
Yes, the higher tiers are forecast in person trips, so how those trips then move around would be adjusted based on what transport infrastructure is available to the persons that are trying to move, if you see what I mean. They would respond at that level, so that would be the appropriate way to model these policies.
Just as a reflection, and I appreciate that this scheme's been going on for a considerable period of time, and you're right, you've got to your assessments at a certain point, fixed at a certain point, and you've got to meet a client's delivery programme and everything else. I totally get all that. But I guess it's just as a consequence of that, models can come out of date quite quickly, or relatively quickly, because development plans change or they're out of date after a certain period of time. Obviously the city deal comes in, things like that. So they're kind of at a point in time, although a helpful tool to see what's going to happen to traffic. Is that fair?
Yes, and as we've shown, we've done policy tests, so we've looked at that and then looked back to see how that policy test compares against the assessment we actually did. So by sensitivity testing, subsequent, as the scheme develops, we can check these things, and then when it gets to the next decision point, which would be assuming we get through the public inquiry and the Minister's decision, of course, but when you get to the next decision point for Transport Scotland, there might need to be a review of the business case at that stage prior to, building.
How accurate would you say transport modelling is, from your experience? We heard the worst case that on the Queensferry crossing there was 1 million more cars travelling, I think, within the first year. I just wonder, from your experience, is it kind of plus minus 10%? Is there always an underestimation? Is it completely variable?
There can be variations in the forecast, but what tends to happen is when you're making a full trip from one origin to a destination, people travel by some means or another, or some route or another, so they tend to sort of even out at the end of the day. So when we do our 5-year appraisal, so usually at 5 years after opening, we go back or the clients go back and commission an evaluation of the scheme to see how they perform, and generally they come fairly close. In terms of the economic analysis, there's probably 10-20% within the numbers we sort of claim at forecast stage. Sometimes for reasons when you're doing the 5-year evaluation, the hardest part is eliminating other factors that have come along in the meantime. So between your opening year and your 5-year after, all sorts of other things can have happened which sort of mask the effects of the schemes. But we try and filter those out and then come up with a...
So that 5-year appraisal process you're speaking about is looking at what the economic benefits of the scheme have been,
yes,
and what you assess them to be.
Yes.
But thinking about the actual modelling and the forecast of traffic on the road, how does that normally pan out? I'm thinking also not just for the economic assessment, but things like basing noise assessments on air quality. How does the modelling generally look like in that situation? Is it kind of like plus some, like 10-20%? variation?
That's not, I would say about 10-20% is sort of where they tend to come out. You get the odd outlier.
So the model could be plus or minus 20%, up to 20%, as an average 10 to 20%.
I would say of that order, yes. If you look through the evaluation processes, sometimes they come out, better than forecasts. Sometimes there's a reason why they come out below, but in terms of your benefits, it's not 20%. Is probably a sort of a feel over,
I'm not a traffic modeller, so I wouldn't know nothing to compare it to. So I was just wondering, is this scheme particularly difficult to model because of the strategic and local, because you've got the congestion hotspots along the A720 which aren't going to be resolved by the scheme? Does that, and that I suppose every day on Sheriffhall is different. You could turn up at any time, at any point, and you get different conditions. Does that make this a more challenging project or a difficult project to model? And therefore, that's why there's been difficulties like capping at 2024, because you've got to get the model to work. So that's made it just more difficult.
Yes, for what is for the scale of the improvement, which is a relatively simple grade separation, the forecasting has been an above-average challenge for the size of the scheme. Let's put it that way. So yes, it has been given us some head scratching to do, and indeed that's why we've come up with a local modelling approach that is maybe a bit more complex and thorough and robust than we would have maybe done for a grade separation.
And because of that, and because of variation on Sheriffhall and the bypass, does that make it difficult to have certainty in the model?
Throughout the assessment process, we've been looking at how confident our results are and taking appropriate actions to make sure we've got a cautious analysis throughout. So in many cases, we've not claimed benefits that we could have done, just to make sure that our assessment is robust and we're not being overly optimistic. So we've been aware that we've had challenges and we've taken cautious approaches. When faced with should we do it this way or that way, we've taken the approach that we think is fair.
And by dealing with some of the challenges and taking that cautious approach, does that mean you've had to do certain things like the capping, which distorts the model from the reality?
What we're trying to do with modelling is get a business case that's robust and cautious. The approach we've taken gives us a cautious outcome, basically. I think that it's not the role of the traffic model particularly to represent exactly what's going to happen, but we need to make sure that we're not taking a view that's going to give us the incorrect answer or be too prejudiced in favour of the scheme, I guess.
I just wondered if statistically, when you put a new road intervention in, or road junction in, like in this case, initially, do you get more accidents?
When we open a road scheme, there's always an intake of breath because every user is experiencing a completely different road network for the first time. So quite often in the first month, people are learning the road network and inevitably there's a higher risk of an incident. But it fairly quickly settles out. So when you look at, we usually look at 1 year after a set of accidents for a full year after, and by then things have usually settled down.
And this isn't meant to be cheeky, but is it fair that the outputs of a model are only really as good as the inputs you've put into it?
Yeah, I think that's probably a given for most, almost all analysis.
Can I just understand how you've assessed that 75% out of the junction as a whole? Just thinking about traffic movements. So from what we've got now, so traffic going straight along east and westbound is out of the junction. If you're coming northbound on the A7 and the A6 101, 106, sorry, yes. If you're coming there and you're turning, going westbound, there are classes out of the junction because they're going on the slip road. If they're going eastbound, so they're coming into the roundabout and round to get onto the merge, are they classes in the junction or that 75% out of the junction?
When I'm talking about those inflows, we're adding all 6 approaches going into the roundabout. So that 100% is adding up the flow on all 6. If they're turning right, I mean, we've observed those flows turning right, and then we've made, when we add the grade separation, we've looked at the regional model to see how the regional model thinks those turning movements will change, and then we've replicated those changes in our local model by, when we talk about additional trips, in that table, that's the correction that we've added.
But when you're saying 25 would stay on the roundabout, is that any vehicle that uses any part of that roundabout?
Sorry, just refresh my memory on the 25%. Is this in? I'm just looking back to. So I'm trying to remember where the 25% value came from.
So I think you're taking 75% of traffic out of the junction. 50% of traffic out of the junction. 50%, 75% off the A720.
49, 50, yeah.
I'll get that figure embedded into my head. Okay, that's fine. That makes more sense. Okay. Touching back on accidents again, I think you said the accidents is the flows that really matter for accidents, not necessarily the higher speeds.
When we're talking about link flows, when we're talking about links, so straight sections of road, then it's definitely the flow. When we're talking about where intersections, where junctions come together, then it's the number of intersections that we look at. So in our accident models, it takes the inflows to the junction, and for different types of junctions, there's a different formula. But it's for junctions, it's looking at the interactions.
And for this scheme to look at the accident benefits, do you also look at the interactions at the slip roads coming on and off the A720?
Yes, the slip roads, the lengths of slip roads will be modelled as a link, as are the over bridges. So obviously the new flyovers are new, so they're also included as links in the model. So any accidents that occur on that flyover bridge, because vehicles are travelling across that 1 kilometre length of link or whatever the length is, that's included in our lesser model.
And I think I've asked other witnesses this, and hopefully you would agree that if the costs go up and the benefits come down, the BCR would go down. And equally, if the costs go down, the benefits go up, the BCR goes up. Now, maybe we have this, and maybe just point me in the right direction. So we've done the traffic modelling for do minimum 2024, do something 2024. You've then done the grade separation for 2024 to get that induced or additional trips coming in. Yep. And then for the purposes of like noise, air quality, you've done a do minimum 2039. Do something 2039.
For noise,
I think noise is 2039. And for that forecast, for the 2039, did that assume growth to 2039? Or is it capped?
I think it's from the local model, so I think it's the capped at 2024. But I need to check. I'm just trying to think, where's that written? Just trying to think if I've recorded it anywhere. There's certainly growth allowed for 2039 for, because noise is a 18-hour weekday period. I think I think the answer is we've allowed growth in out of peak periods, but I just need to make sure that's right.
Ma'am, in case it helps, the noise witness will be able to give you chapter and verse on that.
I'm happy to do that. I just wasn't sure if the noise witness would be able to answer the question. That's absolutely fine.
Everyone's agreeing on her behalf.
That's what you get when you're not in the room. Last question. I think you did answer this, I think, yesterday. Just make sure that the scheme on its own, I think you said, is more likely to encourage than discourage car use.
Yes, I think that's right. I mean, what it does do is open up access to the Sheriffhall Park and Ride. So from that point of view, it has links from that point of view. It also improves bus journey times through the network, and it provides for cycle and footway. So from those point of views, there will be benefits to mode shift, but the way we've assessed it, we're basically making journey times faster for cars on the local roads, so from that perspective it would encourage car trips. It would induce some car trips, which is why we did the tests for the without.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Elliott. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Milne, do you have any re-examination?
No, I have nothing to ask, thank you.
Okay, let's take just 5 minutes to get your next witness organised, and for Mr. Elliott to get himself organised too.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Milne, do you want to introduce your next witness?
Thank you, ma'am. The next witness for the promoter is Mr. Gareth Hodgkiss. Good afternoon, Mr. Hodgkiss. I would be grateful if you could read out the introduction and conclusion to your summary recognition.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gareth Hodgkiss, and I am an Associate Director with AECOM, where I have been employed since September 2007. In my role, I'm responsible for leading the assessment of air quality impacts and road user carbon for infrastructure schemes. I refer to my curriculum vitae. I gained a Bachelor of Science with honours degree in Geography and a Master of Science degree in Environmental Management, and have full membership of the Institute of Air Quality Management and the Institution of Environmental Sciences. I have authored Chapter 13 of the Environmental Statement for the proposed scheme. I adopt Chapter 8, paragraphs 8.3154 to 8.3.163 of the Overarching Issues Report, which relates to the scope of my evidence set out above. I was also responsible for Appendix E, Appendix F and Annex 1 of Appendix H of the Further Information Environmental Sensitivity Testing Report and the Environmental Sensitivity Testing Errata Report. Just go into my conclusions. The environmental statement and subsequent environmental sensitivity test report have demonstrated that the scheme will not have a significant effect on local air quality. The main assessment reported in Appendix H, Annex 1 of the Environmental Sensitivity Test Report demonstrates that road user greenhouse gas emissions impacts were within 2% of without scheme emissions, based on guidance and tools available at the time of the environmental statement assessment. It also demonstrates that emissions impacts are within 1% of without scheme emissions, based on current guidance and tools. The additional assessments, A1, A2, A3 and A4, demonstrate that emissions impacts are comparable to those reported in the main assessment. I consider that the objections made about emissions to air and assessment of the proposed scheme have been appropriately addressed.
Thank you. There's been some discussion so far in the inquiry about the interaction between the traffic modelling expert, air quality and greenhouse gas emissions. Can you please explain what your role is in the assessment and design process, and therefore your role at this inquiry?
So, I receive traffic data from Mr. Elliott and his team to support the air quality assessment and the quantification of road user greenhouse gas emissions. I undertake the assessment of local air quality. I pass the greenhouse gas emissions that have been quantified onto Mr. Landsborough for his assessment of climate change impacts.
And in terms of the output that you get from Mr. Elliott's team, what could you please describe what those outputs are? From which model is really what I'm getting at?
Yes, so Mr. Elliott's team provide me with traffic data for do minimum and do something scenarios for the year of opening and 15 years after the year of opening. That includes data from the local parametrics model and data from the SRM12 model. The data provided to us is to represent the assessment scenarios that we then consider in our assessments. So that includes the associated growth by 2024 and the growth that can be accommodated within the study area by the future years.
Sorry, can you say that last bit again, about the growth?
And the growth that can be accommodated by the local traffic network up to a point before it reaches capacity.
We have heard in Mr. Elliott's cross about study areas. Could you please explain the process insofar as you were involved in it regarding the sensitivity tests which were undertaken with reference to those study areas?
Yes, so that relates to the study areas for the greenhouse gas emissions assessment. The assessment that was undertaken to support the environmental statement was, at that time, there was no guidance to define a study area for road user greenhouse gas emissions. So, in the absence of guidance, we referred to the DMRB HA 207-07 guidance, which is for air quality, and applied the regional screening criteria from that guidance. That HA 207 guidance was withdrawn by Transport Scotland and the various other transport authorities across the UK in the autumn-winter of 2019. So for the sensitivity tests reported in the environmental sensitivity test report, we had to prepare or describe a study area that was in line with the current guidance. That current guidance is LA114, and the exact wording of LA114 is that the road user greenhouse gas study area should represent the affected road network of the traffic assessment. So that's why for that particular sensitivity test for assessment 2, we then went to Mr. Elliott and his team to help us identify what that affected road network was for the traffic assessment. The sensitivity tests also include some other study areas that we provided to demonstrate that the study area, the road user greenhouse gas impacts weren't overly sensitive to changing study areas.
We've heard quite a bit of discussion around the 10 and 20% thresholds. Do you wish to add any comment to what we've already heard?
Yes. So, from recollection with discussions with the traffic team at the time when we were trying to define those that study area based on the affected road network, the percentages used to inform that were the level of uncertainty in a regional transport model, or roughly to represent the level of uncertainty in a strategic transport model. Hence, the links that fell into that criteria we had the most confidence were actually, the impacts on those links were an effect of the scheme and not a side effect of the transport model.
Now, a couple of questions developing the evidence in relation to road user carbon. As the inquiry is aware, Appendix H, Annex 1 of the further information report and the subsequent errata had to correct errors in the quantification of road user greenhouse gas emissions. Can you please explain how and why these errors occurred?
Yes, certainly. And first off, I would like to apologise to everybody present that errata had to be submitted in the first place, and particularly for you, Dr. Boswell, because I appreciate you had extra work when you're obviously going through a bit of a family crisis. So I am very sorry about that. Yes, so the errors were all as a result of the same fundamental issue, and that was using a template from a previous assessment to update for the subsequent assessments. So the assessments each have their own standalone collection of spreadsheets, and in an attempt to save time, a previous assessment spreadsheet, or one of the spreadsheets or a collection of spreadsheets, were reused for the next assessment. And in updating the templates, we didn't correctly update all of the columns in the spreadsheets or parts of the columns in the spreadsheets, because they were bringing in data from the different traffic models, SRM, Paramics, and also we had different assessment years. We had different EFTs based on version 9 and version 11. So it was a silly mistake of just not fully updating spreadsheets in light of the specific assessment that was being quantified at that moment in time. So yeah, sorry.
Was there a problem with the underlying data?
No, not at all. It was very much an error of the folk undertaking the assessment, and me in particular, in my role as reviewer.
How did the errors affect the assessment?
The environmental sensitivity test report corrects the error that was in the original environmental statement, and that reduced the do something emissions in the year of opening, and also reduced the impact of the scheme in 2024. The errors in the environmental sensitivity test additional assessments also reduced the total greenhouse gas emissions, but did not change the impact materially of the greenhouse gas emissions impacts reported.
The sensitivity testing included main assessments and additional assessment. They've been touched on in evidence. Can you please explain what these various assessments were and the differences between them?
So what we described as the main assessments were those that went on to inform the climate change assessment. The additional assessments we provided as almost as supplementary information to provide the reader with the ability to see what the changing methodologies, the changing year of opening, and the changing vehicle emissions assumptions, what they had on the impacts that we were reporting.
Does the main assessment described in the sensitivity testing report rely upon the additional assessments?
No, not at all. They're all based on spreadsheets, which are all standalone and do not relate to each other. They all look up different sections of the traffic data, different versions of the EFT. They're very much standalone assessments.
In your opinion, has the promoter submitted sufficient information regarding road user greenhouse gas emissions?
In my opinion, yes. It's standard in assessments to support environmental statements to provide the greenhouse gas emissions for do minimum and do something in the year of opening and the future year, which is 15 years after the year of opening. Sometimes, but certainly not as a rule, ESs include the vehicle kilometres travelled. They are generally the only scenarios that get reported. I believe we have gone above and beyond by providing the additional assessments in the environmental sensitivity test report, which provide that visualisation of the variation in changes in study area and assessment year and emissions assumptions.
In the main assessment of the environmental sensitivity testing report, the road user greenhouse gas calculations show a small decrease in annual greenhouse gas emissions, but an increase in vehicle kilometres travelled. Can you explain how this would occur?
Yes. So the increase in vehicle kilometres travelled suggests that due to the rerouting of traffic across the traffic network, that some journeys are longer. The decrease in greenhouse gas emissions is as a result of the reduced congestion on the A720. So those links in particular are seeing a reduction because vehicles are travelling on a more emissions efficient road. The traffic that has been rerouted to use the A720 is also travelling at more efficient speeds than it was previously when it was using the slower local roads.
Could you please have Mr. Walker's recognition in front of you? And in particular, the section headed up air quality.
Yes.
There's a section which refers to table 1319 in the environmental statement, and Mr. Walker sets out a quote there. Do you wish to respond to Mr. Walker's evidence on that point?
Yes, I will do. So Mr. Walker has provided a quote from Chapter 13 of the Environmental Assessment. I think the quote is a little bit incorrect. The way that Mr. Walker has it written down is the proposed scheme causes a worsening in local air quality at major locations due to the increase in traffic flows. The actual line in the environmental statement is the proposed scheme causes a worsening on local air quality at the majority of locations. It's only a minor point. I just explained to the reporter that that table that quote has been taken on also describes the impact of the worsening at the majority of locations, and that impact is imperceptible to small. And the table also states that that impact is not a significant effect, in line with DMRB guidance.
And then Mr. Walker at paragraph 27 refers to AQMAs. Regarding AQMAs, it only takes a slight increase in pollutants to tip an AQMA past legal limits. In the UK, 35,000 people die of pulmonary illness caused by road traffic emissions each year. Do you wish to respond to those comments?
Yeah, the 35,000 statistic is within the range that is reported on the government website, so I don't think anybody contest the fact that air quality relates to ill health and death. The Sheriffhall scheme, the air quality assessment demonstrates that the Sheriffhall scheme has small to imperceptible impacts. It also has small to imperceptible beneficial impacts as well, and there are no air quality management areas considered within the air quality assessment, and that is because the study area for the air quality assessment is determined by Design Manual for Roads and Bridges guidance. That guidance is based on the change in vehicle flows, the composition of those flows, and the speed of traffic on the roads. The nearest section of the affected road network that was identified by the guidance is approximately 3 kilometres away from the nearest air quality management area. That air quality management area is is in Musselburgh, and it's actually my understanding that East Lothian Council are in the process of revoking that air quality management area.
I suspect you've already answered this point, but just so as it's put to you, Mr. French, in his recognition, I don't think I need to take you to it, but let me know if that would help, under local road network, talks about significant detrimental effects as a result of the proposed scheme in the surrounding area. In particular, and I quote, there will be increased congestion and worsened air quality due to increased vehicle flows on the local road network. Do you wish to comment on that insofar as it relates to your expertise?
Yes, certainly. The air quality assessment undertaken, the purpose of it is to identify potential significant effects on local air quality in line with national guidance adopted by Transport Scotland and other highways authorities across the UK. That assessment has demonstrated that there are no significant air quality effects as a result of the operation of the Sheriffhall scheme.
And Mr. Hodgkiss, the last document I wish to take you to, and I think you will need to have this in front of you, is Dr. Boswell's additional submission number 1 from last Friday. That's SHU 6.73. And while you're looking that out, my question is really whether you wish to make any comment on the content of this submission insofar as it relates to your area of expertise.
Just to confirm, Ms Milne, that is the document that was submitted on Friday. It is, isn't it? Sorry,
yes,
additional submission 1, sorry.
That's right, 6.73, and it is headed Additional Submission 1, Climate Change, including Legal Policy and Framework, and it's dated January 27th, 2023.
Thank you. Yes. With reference to the section on implausible carbon intensities of vehicles, which is section 2 of that additional submission document, Dr. Boswell raises the concern that the vehicle carbon intensity that he's quantified is too high. I think this is just a little bit of confusion over the units of the data reported in the ES and the Environmental Sensitivity Test report. The carbon intensity is being calculated by dividing the annual total road user greenhouse gas emissions by a daily average AADT value. So these values would need to be divided by the number of days in the year to bring it back down. So that was just a misunderstanding. So yeah, I think that's addressed. And then the other point is Dr. Boswell acknowledging that the errata corrections do seem to address the point on electrification.
Just as a final general question, is there anything else that you would like to add, having been listening to the evidence over the course of this week?
No, there isn't anything standing out. I guess the one thing that I would have mentioned at this point would have been the confusion about where my role is between traffic and climate change for the greenhouse gases and the air quality assessment. But I think we've managed to clear that up, I hope.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this point. Thank you, Mr. Hodgkiss.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Milne. Mr. Walker, are you both doing some
okay, if I could get the non-greenhouse gases out of the way first, that would be fine, and then I can pass over to Dr. Boswell. Right, I'll fire away then. The other day, Miss McClellan gave us a very good layman's guide to the sort of grading system. You know, sort of slight adverse, slight beneficial, that type of thing. This is not a criticism, but I notice you haven't followed the other environmental experts. You haven't done that. Why is that?
The DMRB guidance specific to air quality has a different methodology for describing significance. The reason for that being is that there is no receptor sensitivity. All receptors are considered as sensitive as each other. So one half of the matrix is redundant. So the air quality impacts are based on the impact relative to the air quality objectives. And so that's how we determine it, basically. It's just a different approach.
Thanks for that explanation. And you just some clarification. I'm sorry, this is terrible layman. You must get fed up with this, but just remind me, you say about the dust from the operations of the scheme. Is that the particulates you're talking about there, dust?
No, so dust is coarser particles, whereas the particulates we describe as PM10 or PM2.5, they're finer particles that PM10 can sort of get in your respiratory tract, and PM2.5 can get well into the lungs. But dust is the visible particles that you would see depositing on your property, that sort of thing.
Thanks. And just remind me, so what's the denser of the particulates? Is it the 2.5 or the was it 100? Which P1 is the less dense?
So the particulate matter is defined by the aerodynamic diameter of the particle. So PM10 is all particles with an aerodynamic diameter of less than 10 micrometers. So that includes PM2.5. PM2.5 are all particles that have an aerodynamic diameter of less than 2.5 micrometers, and that includes PM1 and basically all particles less than that size.
That's fine. So there'll be a bit of dust flying about during the construction period, and then when you're looking at operation, you're basically looking at these particulates rather than dust, I would think. Sorry, I don't want to put words into your house. I'm just trying to clarify the situation.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. So the construction assessment looks at dust and particulate matter, PM10. The operational assessment, that's focused on emissions of PM10 and PM2.5 out of the vehicle exhausts, and also PM10 and PM2.5 from brake wear and tyre wear. So yeah, they are different, basically, in the different phases.
That's fine. And I mean, you say you don't take account of receptors, but obviously, and again, it's not a criticism. You're doing exactly what the book tells you to do. But I'm thinking of, for example, residential property very close. There's a few houses very close to the scheme. In fact, Summerside is, I know, and I'm exaggerating, but it feels as if it will almost be under the flyovers. So I would imagine the denser the particulates would fall onto a property like that.
Sorry, just to clear up any confusion, we do consider receptors. It was the sensitivity of receptors to the operational phase, the road traffic emissions, where we just consider all receptors are the same sensitivity. We do consider the receptors in both the operational and the construction phase. The construction dust assessment is based on Institute of Air Quality Management guidance that identifies the risk of impacts occurring at the site boundary based on the various activities undertaken on the site, how big the site is, how much earthworks, where the stockpiles are going to be located, and we assume that those emissions could occur at the site boundary, and then we assess the impact at those nearest sensitive receptors, and then the guidance provides a list of mitigation measures that the promoter should implement, or the contractors working on behalf of the promoter should implement, to ensure that impacts from those activities won't have a significant effect on those receptors.
I just can't, and forgive me for this, I should have checked, but say take a property like Summerside, what do you reckon? Can you remember what you felt would be the impact on a property like Summerside?
If the mitigation measures recommended by the Institute of Air Quality Management are applied in the manner that they are intended, then there should be minimal impact at Summerside.
Right, that's a residential property close to the scheme. Let's take, when I go for a walk in the country park and I see it's also a conservation area, it's very, very close to the scheme. I mean, it extends well beyond, a kilometre from the scheme, but at Sheriffhall area, it comes right to the wall, that sort of 9-foot high wall, and then it extends, along the whole length of the scheme. And also deep as well. I mean, as I say, it goes in. I mean, I think the house itself, the Dalkeith Palace House, is about a kilometre away from the scheme. So, how far, if the wind's in the right or the wrong direction, how far would either the particulates or the dust travel in metres?
Are we talking about construction phase dust?
My apologies. Both. If we could do construction, then tell me about construction, then tell me about operation.
The same rule applies, that the mitigation measures that have been identified from the Institute of Air Quality Management guidance should be capable of controlling emissions of dust from construction activities, so there are no impacts beyond the site boundary. During the operational phase, dust isn't a pollutant that requires assessment in the DMRB guidance, so we've not looked at it specifically. There's no requirement to. I'm trying to think if I can offer my professional opinion on what the impact would be. Coarser dusts are heavier than the finer particles, so they will deposit quicker or over a shorter distance. So that's probably the best answer I can provide, is they're likely to be coarser dusts that would deposit quicker. So I would be fairly confident that they would not necessarily impact very far beyond the extent of the carriageways.
Fine. So the lovely trees in the country park will not have sort of a patina of dust or sort of stain particulate on them or anything like that?
I wouldn't assume that it would be any worse than what they currently have.
That's fair enough. And then, of course, if we get the actual SSSI is about over a kilometre, just slightly over a kilometre from the scheme, and there's the very sensitive lichens and things like that. And I know this isn't a question for you as such about lichens and things like that, but I'm just trying to, from what you've said, I presume those precious lichens, they won't suffer from the sort of particulates and dust we've been talking about in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, at over a kilometre away, or approximately a kilometre away, the dust will not travel that far.
Turning to the AQMA at Musselburgh, you didn't assess that in the first place. It was, I can understand why. It's in East Lothian, but it's the closest as you say, I think you said 3 kilometres away. Yeah. So you didn't assess that. Have you sort of returned to it and thought about whether the sort of the NOx gases and the particulates could push that over the sort of borderline into illegality? These because why my statement that Mr. Milne quoted, I was actually, I'm very aware of this because I've been on the back of the council about it for some time. So me and the environmental health officer at the council are in good terms. But my understanding was that even a slight adverse could just tip it into becoming illegal.
You're right. We didn't consider the air quality management area in the environmental statement or the environmental sensitivity test report for the reasons that are provided in examination in chief, and that the air quality study area as defined by the guidance didn't extend that far. But I have had a little bit of a look up since reading some of your previous evidence that you provided. So I've obviously gone and had a look at the Musselburgh air quality management area. As I said earlier on, that air quality management area is actually in the process of being revoked by East Lothian Council. And the reason that they give is because the monitoring data within the air quality management area over the recent years has decreased to the point that it's no longer considered a risk of an exceedance. The impacts that we've reported in the environmental statement and the environmental sensitivity test report, the maximum impact at the locations close to the scheme that experience the larger changes in traffic data, those impacts are in the region of, the higher end impacts are in the region of 1.8, I think, sorry, off the top of my head. An impact of that magnitude, if that were to occur in the Musselburgh air quality management area, would still not cause a significant effect because those concentrations are so far below the objective.
That's encouraging to hear. So, the quote I made about table 13-19, I apologise, I do see it says, if I could just quote directly rather than from... If I could just quote directly rather than from my precognition, it says, the proposed, in the operation, I'm reading in the left-hand column, table 1319, you state, the proposed scheme causes a worsening in local air quality at the majority of locations due to the increase in vehicle flows, quote, and brackets, and emissions, close brackets, on the local road network. So, if I could just simplify it a little bit, and going back to my conversation with Miss McClelland, and also with your caveats in that, the misquote, putting me right is actually given me more confidence in what I was hoping you would say, because what you're saying at the majority, you're probably getting a slight adverse effect as far as these pollutants we've been talking about in the last 10 minutes is concerned. Or explain it in your own words. When I read your report, the word, and knowing how the other reports had been done, slight adverse came into my head.
So the majority of impacts are a terminology that's used in air quality are imperceptible. Roughly that can be described as you can't pick an imperceptible change out from the normal variation that you get in pollutant concentrations into annually. So the majority of receptors experience an imperceptible impact. So that's adverse imperceptible and beneficial imperceptible. There are a couple of receptors that experience a small impact, adverse impact, and there are a couple of receptors that experience a small beneficial impact. So the language in that table that has said the majority experience a worsening, that majority is in the imperceptible bracket of the impact.
That's fine. Thanks for that explanation. So, from what you've just said there, I take it that really the Sheriffhall scheme isn't really improving air quality much, but it's not, on the other hand, it's not really, it doesn't really have much of an imperceptible, to use your word, adverse effect either. So it's neither bad or good, it's probably neutral, is that right? Or
that's the exact word I was going to say. Is for all intents and purposes, it's a relatively neutral effect on local air quality.
That's fine. Thank you very much. I'll pass you over now to Dr. Boswell, unless the reporter has any.
I might just ask one question at the back of the questions you'd asked, actually, just out of interest. Do you take into account in an air quality assessment the duration someone is exposed to the effect? So I'm thinking of something like, say, Sheriffhall House or Summerside, where they've got their gardens right next to the road, whereas walking through a park, you know, is an intermittent thing. Whereas if you're sitting in your garden day in, day out, is there any waiting for that, or how do you take that into account from someone's perspective?
So in the construction dust assessment, receptors are any location where a member of the public can experience harm to their amenity. So that would include any footpaths within the park, anywhere that's within close proximity to the scheme where people may expect a higher level of amenity. For the operational phase assessment, the receptors are defined by the guidance, and that is the nearest facade of the property to the predominant source of emissions. And the properties are residential, if we had any schools that were close to the affected road network, or any medical facilities where there is overnight accommodation. So the focus is, the assessment is against the air quality, the Scottish air quality objectives, and predominantly those air quality objectives that are concerned with the pollutants from road traffic emissions. So that's annual mean nitrogen dioxide, annual mean PM10 and annual mean PM2.5. They do have short-term objectives as well, but the modelling focuses on the long-term. So the reason why the receptors are residential properties, schools or medical facilities is the assumption that you could expect people to be present at those locations for a prolonged period of time that is comparable to the air quality objectives, or the averaging period of the air quality objectives.
So it's the nearest facade of the property is the point of assessment, not, is that the property as in a building, or property as in the outline of what they own, including garden ground?
Sorry, I should have been a bit clearer. That it's the building. It's the it's the facade of the building. Now, there is some guidance that says it's got to be the particular rooms that are most habitable, like bedrooms or living rooms and the like. But the DMRB is not to that level of detail. It's just the facade of the property structure.
Are you familiar with Summerside? And, for example, it's got quite a lot of garden ground a lot closer to the road. I'm just wondering at what point would an assessment change? Is it sensitive to metres distance, or?
Just to refresh my memory, sorry, Summerside is a property to the northwest of the roundabout. Yes. So we've actually considered a couple of receptors at Summerside. So we've got the residential property that's closest to the A720 carriageway, and we've also got might not be part of Summerside actually, but there's a cottage. If it's not part of Summerside, it's right next to Summerside. That's close to the A7 carriageway. So we've tried to provide output that shows the impact of changes from the main contributing source of the A720 and also the main contributing source from the A7.
Sorry, just given Summerside will have the flyover and the slip road, you'd assume all the emitters in totality.
Yes, yeah. There's one model for each scenario that includes all of the affected road network. So the A720 sections, the A7 sections that are affected. The selection of receptors, depending on their distance from a source, will determine the level of contribution they get from that source. So the receptor that we've got adjacent to the A7, its greatest contribution to pollutant concentrations is probably the A7. But it will still get a contribution from the A720. And, yeah.
But in that case, you've kind of looked at both and come to a conclusion.
Yes.
Okay, I have no additional questions following on. Dr. Boswell, it is 5 to 1. I'm tempted to stop for lunch and come back at 1:45. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Walker, I think you'd finished your cross-examination of Mr. Hodgkiss.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hodgkiss.
So we'll move on to Dr. Boswell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hodgkiss. Thank you for what you said at the beginning of your evidence in chief. Yeah, I want to acknowledge that I did mix up the days and the years in that. I couldn't actually see that it said days anywhere, to be fair to me, but and it was greenhouse gas emissions in years, but I accept that you fully explained that, and the figures look right now. So thank you for that. I just wanted to look at some of the other things in the precognition, because I think some of those also sort of relate to the errata. I think 5.
Sorry, Dr. Boswell, is this my errata? Sorry, my precognition.
It is your precognition. Sorry, I should have said that. Perhaps if we go to paragraph 5.6 and then go backwards, actually, I think it's probably the best way to do it. Just quickly. So 5.6, I've just agreed that that's the daily thing. 5.5, yeah, I mean, that's fine. I just acknowledged what happened. I was a bit more concerned actually about the wording in 5.3 and 5.4, because the sequencing of the sequencing in which the way the documents came out, I didn't have view of the errata when I wrote my expert report. So it's like a little bit unfair to say I was confused or whatever, but so I'm just sort of making that point really, and perhaps note that. And I want to make, at this stage, I think we want to make a big thing about that. We've cleared up the problems with the errata, basically, I think. And 5.2 actually is a bit similar, but it's a different one that probably do need my notes to explain that one. Yeah, I mean, if you go to my expert report, which I think is SHU 006006, or page 36, which should be the same on the paper copy, bullet 147. In bullet 147, I say this has removed the non-typical scheme-only emissions trajectory reported. So that was the DS figures on the 2024 in the first assessment. It's just the sequencing of my document was probably a bit odd in that I sort of went through the existing environmental statement making criticism, then I sort of corrected them at a later section where that and that hadn't sort of quite picked that up, I think. And then jumping forward to 5.7, I agree with most of what you say, but I sort of put on the record that, so, despite you saying that, in terms of the explanation of what the reports are saying, I still question the trustworthiness and reliability for further reasons. So we'll sort of come on to that. So I think we've cleared the errata, the precognition comments, I hope. Just moving on to the greenhouse gases now. And I apologise, actually. I really didn't understand the remits of the people in the project team till yesterday. So you've had an advantage in having seen your precognition in the last 24 hours. But you know, I think I do understand it better now, the explanation this morning. So Mr. Elliott answered questions on the basin design forecasts in the traffic modelling yesterday. And it was then I asked him about how the greenhouse gases were calculated. And you know, he said he passed the forecast data to you for DMDS, whatever the years are, the opening and design years. And I just wanted to confirm, really at the really high level, that all you're really doing with that data initially is applying the emission factors, given the loads on the network and the different types of vehicles, which are also in the emission factors. And then you land up with the estimate, the forecast estimate for the greenhouse gas emissions.
Yes, that's correct. We get the data from Mr. Elliott's team. We compile the relevant data to the relevant study area. That then gets put into the emissions factors toolkit, and that then provides us with the output for every link as a annual total emission.
Yeah. Okay. So as a result of this step, the greenhouse gases corresponding to the journeys in each of the basin design scenarios are estimated. That's just what you've said, I think. Yeah. And also believe you calculate them for the whole 60-year appraisal period in the TAG workbook.
Not in this instance, no. We've just quantified for the year of opening and the future year, which is 15 years after the year of opening.
Okay. And then you do the linear interpolation between the two to get those intervening years against the annual targets.
I provide the climate change team with the DM and DS for the year of opening, and then the interpretation of that data is then their problem.
Right. I think I might be coming to a bit where we may be following the data to Mr. Lansbury in that case. But, I mean, my next question was, am I right that a calculation of DS minus DM is made then for that opening and design year?
Yes, for reporting purposes, I've done that comparison of road user GHG emissions of DS minus DM.
Right. And this is the quantity of emissions which is said to relate to the scheme.
Yes.
And that would be taken forward into the further stage, which is the assessment stage.
I'm not sure whether the climate change team actually make use of the impact that I report. So the impact, which is the DS minus the DM, is just me reporting to demonstrate what the impact is of that particular source, and what the climate change team then do with that information afterwards.
Right.
Mr. Lansbury will be able to tell you.
Yeah, okay, so you provide them with the DS minus DM figure. Well, DS and DM, so implicitly.
Yeah, I mean, they basically see exactly what is in the ES and the environmental sensitivity test report. That's the same information that we share with them.
Right. So if we go to the further information report, on PDF page 185, yeah, I will in a minute. So I just hit something on the notes and I've lost where I am now. Well, let's do that first. Yeah, so it's Appendix H, Annex 1, page 5, and it's the one which says Assessment 2 as the subtitle. I'll try to find where I was in the notes there. Sorry, here we are, yeah. Okay, so that's assessment 2, which is the main one you take forward to assess, the climate team takes forward to assessment. But if we just take the first line of figures, starting with the 114,367, that is the DM figure at the opening year.
Yes.
And similarly, the next figure, 113,774, that's the DS at the opening year. And then you've got the change, which is minus 593,
Yes.
593. So that's also what's called DS minus DM.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that when you have that's the correct way to understand those figures, and also that they're expressed in tonnes of CO2 per year.
Yes.
If I could try to understand what happens to the figures now, then, sort of person-wise rather than technically wise, that's what you would then pass to Mr. Lambert.
Yes.
Right. So you possibly can't confirm that the DS minus DM figure is the one which Mr. Lambert then does the assessment on, or not from direct experience anyway.
I can't give you an informed answer to that question,
Okay.
other than it's common for environmental assessments to do DS minus DM.
Yeah. Okay. We probably have to wait for Mr. Lambert to clarify that. I think because you've got a connection back to Mr. Elliott's data, and Mr. Elliott confirmed yesterday that in traffic modelling terms, the DM estimate is based upon, well, the base forecast, which contains all the development sites, and similarly the DS estimate, which is based upon the design forecast, contains all the development sites, and you're nodding. So,
Sorry, yes.
So we'll sort of change the question slightly, but as you're aware of the DM minus DS and the change figure, that change figure, would you agree that the development sites are subtracted out in it?
The growth is contained within both the do minimum and the do something. Therefore, the change is only as a direct result of our proposed scheme.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. I think probably you've given me enough to say. Well, I can leave the question to Mr. Lansborough what he does with those three figures, and which one goes into the assessment. To be fair to you, in that sense. I mean, another way of putting that, which is probably just asking whether you agree with this, that because the subtraction calculation, that DS minus DM, is done after the forecasting. So you've done the forecasting. Any cumulative emissions from the development sites are actually included in the environmental baseline, which is the DM, as far as the greenhouse gases are concerned.
Yes, that is correct.
Good. Okay. I think it's worth me asking this question because it's sort of general, on the basis of what the environmental baseline is and so on. So the 2017 EIA regulations require that the likely significant effects of a project should be assessed including the cumulation of effects with other existing and approved development projects. And I understand from Ms McClellan earlier in the week that the intention was to align with these EIA regulations as best practice. I think that's probably fair to that discussion. So, as this calculation in the further information report includes the development sites already in the baseline, would it be fair to say that those other and existing improved projects are not actually appearing in the data as we see it in that table?
I can only refer back to my experience of undertaking environmental statements, air quality assessments to inform environmental statements, and in every instance the cumulative contribution is in both the DM and the DS. I've never considered the impact of a scheme in EIA any differently to that.
Right. I would sort of agree that that is the normal practice I've seen in the past. That is practice which was sort of started before the 27 EIA regulations brought in climate change as an issue, though there always had been cumulative assessment. But, well, that's what people like me are starting to challenge, effectively. So it's sort of, it is previous practice, but it doesn't mean to say it's right. It just means it might be that it hasn't, and this is what I'd say, it hasn't caught up with what the EIA regulations are saying.
Dr. Boswell, you have a chance to say that in your own evidence.
Okay, sorry.
So can we focus on questions?
And it may also be helpful to add that in terms of cumulative assessment, and in terms of climate change, that is for Mr Lansborough.
Yeah, okay. Could you go to the further information report on page 185, please? Oh, so I think I'm referring you to the same thing, actually. My notes got very muddled. So, yeah, we're back on table A32. If we look at the figures for the greenhouse gas emissions, in the opening year, they're both around the order of 114,000 tonnes, and in the future year they're both around 81,000 tonnes.
Yes.
So there's been some, I haven't worked it out actually, there's something like a 30% decrease there. So that decrease is, would you agree that's largely due to electrification of the fleet as reflected by the change in EFT?
Yes, that is correct. So the EFT emissions factors toolkit version 11 not only has a better assumptions of the projections of future vehicle fleet in terms of emissions, it also goes into additional years beyond where the previous emissions factor toolkit went. So yes, it is as a result of version 11 of the EFT.
So we're seeing, that policy, electrification, electric vehicles and so on, having some impacts. But according to the modelling, we're still seeing a significant level of absolute greenhouse gas emissions at 2043, say round about the 81,000 tonnes of CO2 a year.
I can't comment as to whether that's a significant quantity or not, I'm afraid.
Okay, so my remaining questions from that. Would be for Mr. Borough. So if we go to assessment A4, that will be page...
Page 9.
It is page 9, yeah. So this is the full SRM 12 model.
Yes.
And just looking at those change figures you're reporting, which is also the DS minus DM.
Yes.
Would you agree that in that model we're seeing the emissions increase from the scheme in both the... Well, we're seeing the scheme increasing the emissions between the DS and the DM.
Yes.
So that's a positive figure, and then that is also going up. So that the emissions from the scheme are being reported as increasing.
Over that wider study area, yes, the increase is 0.1% of the due minimum concentrations.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, but, and then going back to assessment 2, we're looking at in a minute. A minute ago, sorry. So that's the bottom of page 5. There we're seeing smaller, it's a smaller study area. Figures for the change, negative ones, so we're seeing a decrease in the emissions with the scheme.
That's correct, yes. A very small decrease of 0.5% in the year of opening and 0.1% in the future year.
Yeah. So, at a sort of overview level, just looking at the figures, and for example, when I first saw them, it looks like the carbon dioxide reported, greenhouse gas reported for the scheme is a function of the study area. It depends upon which study area you choose. Do you agree that those figures, or those two tables show that?
Yes, I agree that the study area is one contributor to the variation between the assessments, although I would also state that variation is very small.
Mm-hmm. So now I want to come into the study areas. Yes, you said earlier, actually, you put it in different terms. So I tried to put it, I think you said the purpose of the sensitivity tests, or what they do, is sort of 3 different things, really. They're looking at, I was calling it 3 different parameters, but I think you said 3 different aspects or something. One is the opening year, so just the difference between 2024 and 2028. One is the emission factors toolkit, so that was 2 versions of that. And then the third thing is the choice of study area. And I think we agreed that what you have in the sensitivity tests are 3 different study areas. You've got the original one for chapter 18, the new one for assessment 2, and you've got the whole of the SRM. So there's 3 options for that.
Yes, correct.
On the print, I know you're using spreadsheets to largely do this, but on the sort of principal computing power is sort of cheap. If you look at that, you've got 12 combinations in all, so you have the potential to do 12 different sensitivity tests in theory. You've reported 6. I mean, I just wanted to sort of. You agree that there's 12 different combinations there at this point?
Yes, you could make different combinations of the different inputs and assumptions and produce different results. I strongly suspect the actual impacts wouldn't change a great deal. But.
Okay. I mean, the purpose of doing the sensitivity tests is really to check that those things you change, the opening year, the emission factors and the study area are, you're validating really that those are reasonable changes to make and looking at what does happen in a sort of like-by-like comparison, just changing one of those.
Yes, within reason. I mean, we could have provided the environmental sensitivity test report with none of those additional scenarios, but we wanted to be helpful, transparent, so we did provide some additional assessments. I would point out that the study area that's based on the HA207-07 guidance, that guidance has been withdrawn, so we've included it there for a scenario, but it wouldn't be taken forward to represent an existing assessment.
Yeah, I am sort of not clear on that actually, and just before I move on, I just say I'm not saying you should have run all 12, but I do think there's 2 which are missing, and I'll come on to those. That's why I asked that, just to help realise where I'm coming from. But on the HA207, I mean, that was guidance for a long time, and it's a sort of arbitrary. In a sense, it's an arbitrary level of thresholds. I mean, you've gone to the thresholds we've talked a lot about the plus or minus 20% and plus or minus 10%.
I think HA207 is a little bit different. Just let me find out exactly what the criteria is.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I was going to ask you what the criteria was, actually. So if we do it that way round.
Page 3-4 of HA207-07. Strange page number, isn't it? Oh, it's because it's split into sections, sorry. Anyway, the regional screening criteria that we used for the HA207-07 study area, it's a change of more than 10% in annual average daily traffic, a change of more than 10% to the number of heavy-duty vehicles, and a change in daily average speed of more than 20 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, I mean, and as you say, they are expressed quite differently. So it is a bit difficult to get a like-by-like comparison, but the one which perhaps is most obvious is the heavy-duty vehicles. I'm not quite sure if those are exactly the same as HGVs.
So HGVs are HGVs plus buses and coaches, basically.
Okay. Right. You've got 10. You've got your plus or minus 10% there, but you've chosen plus or minus 20% in the. I think I'm just sort of lodging that really, because delve into.
Yes, they were.
Yeah. So you are looking at you're excluding a higher threshold of links in the new parameter, the new thresholds you chose.
Yes, the HA20707 I don't think goes into the detail as to exactly why the screening criteria that's presented, the justification behind that screening criteria. The justification behind the screening criteria of the data used of the study area for assessment 2 that Mr. Elliott provided for us was to focus on links that were directly affected by the scheme, and the percentages used there were considered, I believe, to be a rough estimate of the error or uncertainty that you get in regional models, strategic regional models.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I talked to Mr. Elliott about this yesterday as well, and asked the question, so what would happen if you went for sort of half those thresholds you've got, if you went for those? Because I understood Mr. Elliott say you gave him the thresholds, then he, is that right?
I think Mr. Elliott was a little bit mistaken and confused at the end of a long day. I didn't provide him with those thresholds.
Okay. When that happened, all around the discussion of going into this whole area, I did raise that this gave me a sort of sequencing issue in doing the cross-examination. And that because of the very sort of difficult remits for me to understand as an outsider of the project team, I was very sensitive to the fact that I wanted to make sure I exercised the cross-examiner Mr. Elliott on that. Now I'm finding that I have been snookered, in no other words. So I do wish to sort of actually formally, this is not to you, Mr. Hodgkiss, I do wish to formally register that, because I went to every length, without being a total pain in the neck, I went to every length to make sure that matter was clear to the inquiry. And I believe I did that in a fair way. And now I find that I've not been able to exercise those questions fully with Mr. Elliott. I do wish to ask you, reporter, please, ma'am, whether you'll record that effectively as a complaint.
There is the option to call Mr. Elliott, but I'm not sure there'll be any other evidence, but that is an option. Mr. Mill, your view?
Well, indeed, rather than register a complaint, that would be the usual way of dealing with matters. And I could speak with Mr. Elliott and ask if that would be worthwhile doing. Mr Elliott may have to refresh his memory on that exchange and what happened in order to give more helpful evidence.
Would that assist if he was recalled as a witness to question purely on that matter, not opening up the cross-examination to any other matters, but purely on that line of questioning?
Well, we're trying to get through the evidence. I was trying to get through it yesterday. I tried.
I know, but you've registered a complaint.
Sorry?
You've registered a complaint against the process.
Yes.
And I'm saying one way to rectify that complaint is to call Mr Elliott. I know we're way behind timetable.
So
but
how would that happen in the process? Would that come now, or do we do that on Monday, or what?
I think we need to finish Mr Hodgson, because
Okay.
he's halfway through his cross-examination. To be
Right.
fair to him, we could recall Mr Elliott next, which I don't know how long you're going to take today, but that might be Monday morning. And you address those questions to Mr Elliott purely on that matter.
Yeah.
Nothing
sure,
wider.
yeah.
And then after that we go on to the next witness. That is one
Okay.
option. If Mr Elliott has to refresh his memory, that might be the better option, because it might not be overly helpful to the inquiry to do that this afternoon if Mr Elliott hasn't had a chance to look through his file or paperwork or whatever else.
Yes, Mr Elliott has just confirmed that he would need time to go through paperwork and refresh his memory in order to give the most helpful evidence.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. So would that be on Monday then, to go over to Monday, or to later today, or?
I think we're saying it would be Monday, to be
Okay.
fair to Mr Elliott. So I don't think he can necessarily answer the questions today. I guess in order of sequencing, you'd want that to come before Mr Lansborough.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
yeah, it makes sense.
The
Yeah.
time for that would
Yeah.
be Monday morning.
Yeah. Okay, on the basis that Mr Elliott's going to be recalled, so I've lost where I am now again. I'll try and work out. Sorry about this, because I'm having to sort of assess each question on this criteria now of where it can be asked. Okay. This one's coming back on talking about the development in the DM and DS. We were presented with a portfolio of quite a number of developments in the Edinburgh, Mid Lothian and East Lothian areas early in the week by Miss McClellan. Would not reflecting a great number of links in the network across the wider area be appropriate to ensure that the impacts of that development is captured in the modelling of the greenhouse gases?
just give that a little bit of thought. Bear with me.
Just for my benefit, can you repeat the question?
Oh, sorry.
'Cause I didn't note it all down.
Yeah, just saying that the developments coming on, stream and so on, around the region, would not reflecting a greater number of links in the network for the greenhouse gas emissions, help to bring in the impacts of those developments into the modelling of the greenhouse gases. Not in a sort of direct way like we were talking about before, but in the more indirect way.
So the study area for assessment 2 is based on the area that we've defined as being most representative of the affected road network for the transport assessment. That happens to be the local premix model and the SRM model data, where we're confident that the change is as a result of the scheme. To go further afield, we would then be collecting data for links where we are less confident in the reliability of that data. I actually think that's the conclusion of my answer.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, thank you for that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the difference between assessment A2 and assessment 1 is a single change of updating the emission factors. The opening year and the study area selection thresholds are identical. In other words, they're both the HA207 previous selection thresholds.
Yes, the difference between those two assessments is the emissions factors toolkit.
So this is one of the ones I said I thought might be an interesting additional test. Why have you not done what I think is an obvious sensitivity test, which is to then change the opening year on assessment A2 to 2028, as this would produce a sensitivity test which modelled the updated emission factors and the new opening year on the original study area?
I didn't think to include that particular version of sensitivity just on the grounds that the HA20707 study area is no longer relevant. I appreciate that I have used that study area in assessment A2 with version 11 of the EFT, but I felt the demonstrating the effect of the changing the emissions factors toolkit was the most important thing, because it had that projection to up to 2050, which accommodated all of our assessment years. So that's just seemed like the most important one to focus on.
I agree that was an important one. Was it not also important, given that the study area was being changed, to get a sense of what might have happened if you hadn't changed it? that's the like-by-like comparison to the new study area.
Evidently, I didn't see enough importance to it to actually include it. We've already provided the 4 additional assessments, which I already think is above and beyond what most or nearly every other environmental statement assessment I've come across provides. So in my opinion, we have provided enough in the scenarios that are presented.
Assessment 2 is the only, I emphasise only, sensitivity test with the new study area, with the particular configuration of links we've been discussing, with the new thresholds. So why was that study area never sensitivity tested against the opening year of 2024?
Just for the reason that the opening year of 2024 was never going to be a viable opening year, considering that we're 2023 now. So the focus was just on what the proposed opening year now is, or the estimated opening year.
But you did you could have avoided. You actually did 4 sensitivity tests on 2024 out of the 6. And just 2 on 2028. So, on that logic, you could have, well, you probably could have got rid of some of them, some of the ones you'd already done. But wouldn't it, given the change of the study area being really the opening year is a given, the EFT change is a given. The key change of technical difference in methodology is the study area. Wouldn't it have been better to have a wider range of sensitivity tests on the study area? Those 2 I've suggested added in would do that. So the question I'm asking, wouldn't it be better to have sensitivity tested the study area rather than things which are givens anyway?
I personally don't see the value of doing a sensitivity test on the Assessment 2 study area using version 9 of the Emissions Factors Toolkit. I don't see what the benefit of that is. And likewise, I don't see what the benefit of using the Assessment 2 study area would be using the opening year of 2024.
Okay, the first of those I didn't think I suggested, actually. I mean,
Sorry.
I would agree with the first one, wasn't worth doing. Right, I think I'm there. So thank you very much, Mr. Hodgkiss.
Thank you, Dr. Boswell.
I've just got a few questions, but not much, to be honest. I put this to Ms. McClellan the other day, and it's in relation to the ES at 9.6.56. could probably talk you through it. It was the results of the NOx modelling in relation to the SSSI, and look at the impacts on lichens, and it was the fact that it's got results that DM 2020, which I think should be DM 2024, but I wondered why it wasn't extrapolated out to year 15.
No, so both the DMRB HA20707 and the more recent version LA105 both say the local air quality assessment only has to consider the opening year. Do you want me to find the exact reference for that? No.
Sorry, so it was in DMRB?
It's in in both HA20707, worded slightly differently in LA105, but basically the same thing, is that for local air quality you only assess the opening year, and the ecology results come out of the back of the local air quality. From a sort of professional opinion of impacts over the 15-year period, the electrification of the vehicle fleet is likely to reduce the contribution of road traffic emissions at the nature conservation sites going forward.
That's helpful. I don't need the exact references. I can have a look at the documents. So in your chapter 13.5.7, and this is about when the monitoring was carried out, and it was a baseline nitrogen dioxide diffusion tube survey between April and October 2015.
Yes.
And I just wondered whether you comment on how up to date that monitoring is, given we're now in 2023.
So the assessment process has a methodology that's been produced by DEFRA as part of the local air quality management guidance, that is a tool to project forward measurement data. It uses continuous monitoring station data from the national network. So there are monitoring sites in Musselburgh, Edinburgh, and it's basically, it projects your measurements forward based on how conditions have changed from your period of survey to your assessment year. So the fact that the data is quite old isn't a constraint to the assessment, although it does eventually get to a point where it could become a constraint if it got much older, if that makes sense.
So your professional experience, you're happy that the assessment is up to date?
Yes.
And just coming back to a point this morning, just to double check, when you're assessing the impact on receptors from a air quality perspective, and I get the fact you don't, all receptors are equally receptive, but did you respond to the question I asked, do you take into account duration of how long someone could be impacted for? Is that a differentiator between receptors, or that doesn't come into the assessment at all?
No, so that relates to the particular air quality objective value that you're assessing against. So the key air quality objectives that the air quality assessment is considering against are the annual average objectives for nitrogen dioxide and the two particulate matter classes. There is an hourly mean NO2 standard as well, and a 24-hour mean PM10 standard, but DEFRA in that same LAQM TG09, sorry God, we've moved on since that, LAQM TG22, which is the local air quality management guidance, provides annual mean proxy values to suggest when those short-term values are likely to be exceeded. The short-term NO2 air quality standard, the 1 hour NO2 air quality standard, is only likely to be exceeded when the annual mean concentration is around 60 or above micrograms per metre cubed. So we are well below that. Pretty much in the entire of Scotland, we're well below that. For the PM10 24-hour air quality objective, it's when the annual mean concentration is around about 32 micrograms per metre cubed, and again, we're well below that. So it's the standard assumption that if you fall below those annual mean concentrations, then the shorter term objectives are not at risk.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. I have no questions for Mr. Hodgkiss. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hodgkiss. Okay, I'm making that 2:45. Ideally, we would start with Mr. Lansborough, but that does depend how long your examination in chief might take.
Not long.
Okay, so would you happy to start Mr. Lansborough today? He would then be cross-examined on Monday after Mr. Elliott is recalled.
Yes, that makes sense.
Okay, I wouldn't propose starting cross-examination today, because I don't think that's fair to the witness. So if we can get through the examination chief, and we'll see where we are at that point. But we'll have, let's do like a 10-minute break till 10 to 3, and then we'll start again.
Witness for the promoter is Mr. Chris Lansborough. Good afternoon, Mr. Lansborough. Could you please read the extremely brief introduction and the conclusions to your summary precognition, please?
Yes, of course. Good afternoon. My name is Chris Lansborough. I'm an associate within the climate team at ACOM. My evidence concerns policy application and not policy development. My evidence is set out within Chapter 18 of the Environmental Statement, Appendix G and H of the Further Environmental Information, or the Further Information, Environmental Sensitivity Testing. I adopt Chapter 7, Greenhouse Gas Emissions Modelling, and the clarifications relating to climate change assessment 8.3.217 and 8.3.242 within the overarching issues report. I've reviewed the objector's evidence and I cannot agree with the suggested approach to assessing the project. Following my review, I've concluded that the assessment presented therein has been conducted per the requirements of the promoter at the time of assessment in 2019, as highlighted in section 7.1 of the OIR. And lastly, if I can move to the last section. My conclusion is that the promoter's case should be preferred and the objections based on climate are without merit and do not give rise to any reason not to make the orders as sought. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, just a few questions regarding this topic. Could you please explain for us how the greenhouse gas assessment was undertaken? You may wish to refer to the environmental statement and touch on the sensitivity testing.
Yes, of course. If we turn to the greenhouse gas assessment within the climate chapter, TS001022, sorry, wrong one. That's the wrong one I'm reading. CD004001 CPO-230-1. Section 18.23 gives us an overview of how the GHG impact assessment was complete. It's very simple. Essentially, it's split down into the construction phase emissions and the operational phase emissions. During the construction phase emissions, we are provided information from the design team. That gives us the ability to understand the carbon associated with the product stage and the construction process stage. Those emissions are the capital carbon or construction emissions. That allows us to understand what the impact of the construction phase is from the project. Second to that is then the operational phase, and Gareth, Mr Hodgkiss has already been through how the greenhouse gas emissions are complete for the project there. So we're given the do something and do minimum for the opening year and the design year, future year, and we're able to understand the impact of the scheme based off of the surplus or deficit between the two figures provided there. We then extrapolate between the design year and opening year in order to understand what the expected annual surplus or deficit is between each of the 2 years. That allows us to understand both the capital carbon from that part A and also the operational carbon surplus or deficit through each of the number of years from the opening year to the design year. And then we then contextualise that against the receptor. So we've got receptors within all of the environmental categories that we've been through most of the week already. And our receptor we have contextualised as the annual budgets that were set by the Scottish Government under the original 2009 Climate Change Act, which we've included within the GHG assessment under 18.9.3, if you wish to go to that section. I hope I've told you the right one. Sorry, bear with me. This is the climate chapter, so we're still in the same document. 18.9.3, so 18.9.1 and 18.9.3. So 18.9.1, if you've got that one, I'll give you a couple of minutes. Dr. Boswell, did you manage to get to that? Yeah, okay, perfect. So column 3 there, we've got the annual GHG emissions from the proposed scheme. So that's the construction emissions that we've calculated from the materials that we've been given by the design team, together with our emission factors. So the emission factors that we generate are sourced from the promoter's carbon calculator, and that's as per the DMRB requirements as now. So we contextualise the emissions from that against the annual budgets at the time, which were set out following the 2009 Act under Table 18.16. That then allows us to understand what the percentage contribution would be, or the percentage impact would be against those annual budgets as the receptor. And the same is done for the operational stage under 18.9.3. And in doing so, this allows us to understand the significance of the scheme in alignment with the requirements. Any more?
And in
Sorry.
Sort of same level of details, so just going through this relatively quickly, what did you do at this stage of the sensitivity testing?
Yeah, so obviously there's been quite a period of time between the original assessment and now. There's been a lot of guidance that's come out, so we've got the DMRB that's been released. We've obviously had the new Climate Change Act 2019 that's come out. We've also had the Climate Change Update that came out in 2020. And as part of that, we've had new emissions reduction targets released. So in 2019, we had emission reduction targets relating to 2020, 2030, 2040 and 2045. That allowed us to create a trajectory, an annual trajectory, which were different to the annual budgets that we had originally within here. So what we did was we updated our assessment together with the updates that Mr Hodgkiss talked about earlier. We also utilised new emission factors because emissions change over time with the decarbonisation of materials and grid, etc. and we then used the new carbon factors for the scheme against the new budgets, so the new annual budgets that were created based on the percentage reduction as per the new Climate Change Act. And on top of that, the climate change update also included the ability to break down into sectoral budgets as well. So they presented us with sectoral budgets for a number of years, all the way up to 2045. So we split out the capital carbon and operational carbon into two distinct categories and assessed those against the industrial sectoral budgets for the capital carbon and the transport sectoral budget for the operational carbon. And both for the original assessment was complete, the new EST assessment was complete, and also the sectoral budgets, we were well below a 1% threshold, which we deemed appropriate as a threshold to deem its insignificance or de minimis that we've used through our assessment. We just to highlight as well, at the time of assessment, we didn't have guidance. We didn't have the DMRB available to us. However, we did have the GHG protocol, ISO 14064, which are all good practice documents to allow us to understand how to conduct assessments. We also did have the first version of the EMA guidance, which we used with our professional judgment, given the absence of the DMRB. We use all of these guidance documents, including PAS 2050, which is a document to establish the GHG account of goods and products and services. And that allowed us to set that 1% threshold to determine what the level of de minimis was for a particular annual budget. So that meant if we were contextualising each of the different years, each of the different carbon impacts created by the scheme, either impacts or benefits of the scheme, against those annual budgets, and it determined a percentage. We could use we could compare that percentage against the de minimis and determine that the scheme was de minimis through each of those different years. So hopefully that made sense.
Now, just as an aside there, because we're hearing about references to annual budgets, I don't want to take you off your train of thought in taking us through the story as I'm asking you to do, but Ms Beam Singh was asked under Cross regarding whether Scotland only had annual targets up to 2032. What's your position on that? Now, you're not legally qualified, so I'm not going to take you through the detail of the law, but can you help us understand what annual targets mean in the context of Scottish climate change legislation?
Yes. So at the time of assessment, we were obviously completing assessment as per the Climate Change Act 2009. Within the Climate Change Act 2009, it asks for Scottish ministers to set legally binding targets, annual budgets, between certain periods. At the time of assessment, we only had the legally binding budgets up to 2032 set by Scottish ministers. However, since the 2009 Climate Change Act has come out, each of those budgets have been revoked. So those are no longer annual budgets that are used to assess projects. So we now use, as I mentioned before, the new interim targets that have been set. And those interim targets are percentages against a baseline, and the baseline is different for each of your different GHG emissions. So we have, for instance, carbon dioxide has a baseline of 1990, but some of the other greenhouse gas emissions are 1985, say, for instance. So each of those interim targets can then, beside it, so each of the annual targets can essentially be created as a result of you taking those interim targets and breaking your baseline down, and then what the new Climate Change Act says that you can essentially take a straight line trajectory between each of the two interim targets to create annual budgets. So if you've got an interim target that's 90% reduction on baseline by 2040 and 100% net zero by 2045, your annual targets in 2041, 42, 43, etc., are essentially a straight line between the two interim targets. So those are the annual targets that we use to compare our scheme and deem its insignificance. So yes, unfortunately those have been withdrawn, Dr. Boswell.
And for the detail of what you've just described, we would look at Section 10 of the 2019 Act, which amended the 2009 Act. That's the process you've just described of these replacement, my term, annual budgets. Now, we will no doubt be looking throughout your evidence in some detail at LA114. It's been mentioned a few times now. I'm not going to ask you to pick through every line of CD 004.001.057, which is this LA114 chapter of DMRB, but could you sum up for us what it says with particular reference to Scotland and particular reference to the significance criteria?
Apologies. If we turn to my precognition, which is, I don't have a reference number. Does anyone else have a reference number for my precognition?
They don't have references.
Oh, perfect. Okay, well, that's good. So, yeah, if you can turn to the precondition. And yes, within that 4.4 highlights what the critical test is for the DMRB. What I state in there is that I reference paragraph 320 of the DMRB and highlight that the assessment of projects and climate shall only report significant effects where increases in GHG emissions will have a material impact on the ability of the government to meet its carbon reduction targets. And I then after say in S/1.4 of DMRB LA114 refers to the significance criteria for Scotland being that the relevant carbon budgets shall be assessed against the emission envelopes within the Scottish Government's climate change plan. Now, we obviously didn't have the DMRB at the time of assessment. We were assessing as 2009 Climate Change Act at the time. However, within the environmental sensitivity test, we have actually gone above and beyond and provided the information in assessing against the S/1.4 of DMRB against the relevant emission envelopes and deemed the insignificance of the project as each of the annual budgets being below that 1% value.
Thank you. Now, this does, and as I said at the beginning, this beginning of this week, this could get quite close at times to discussing matters of law which parties have to deal with in submission. But just to ask if you have any comment from your perspective. Dr. Boswell has said that the promoter has failed to assess whether the proposed scheme aligns with the legislative framework. Did it not?
So within the initial assessment, we had complete everything as per the requirements at the time of assessment. We were obviously conducting the assessment under the original EIA regulations, which Ms McClelland discussed at great length at the start of the week. So we weren't actually required to do this assessment as bullet point 1. Further to this, we then assessed against the original 2009 Climate Change Act requirements at the time of assessment. We then, within the EST, complete an assessment against the 2019 Climate Change Act requirements and also against the DMRB, which in itself references the Climate Change Act. So if we're following the requirements of the DMRB, we're very much in alignment with the requirements of the Scottish Ministers and the Climate Change Act itself.
Now, we've heard a few references to AIMA, an organisation which I know you know well. Why did you not use the AIMA guidance for the assessment of the project when undertaking the sensitivity testing?
So I guess just to start, we did use the original AIMA guidance within the original environmental statement, given we were using lots of different guidance that was available to us at the time, given there was no DMRB. Since that time, version 2 of the AIMA guidance has been released. However, at the same time, so has the DMRB. The AIMA guidance is not a legal, there's no legal requirement for us to use the AIMA guidance, and it's not legally binding in any way, shape or form. However, we have, given we've been pushed quite a lot through some of the objections and various different submissions from the objectors to look at the AIMA guidance we have. I've included within my precondition at section 5.8 my interpretation of how the project would meet, how it would perform and against in the AIMA guidance. Sorry, struggling with Friday afternoon here. Essentially, within my precondition, we've used the AIMA guidance and we've determined that the scheme would fit under the minor adverse and not significance category. So if you want to turn to section 5.8 of my precondition, it says specifically there, my assessment of the guidance indicates that the proposed scheme would be minor adverse and not significant, and that's very much in alignment with the requirements of the AIMA version 2 manual itself. If you wish to turn to the AIMA guidance, the manual, under box 3 it gives you a breakdown of how you assess the project, and given the fact that the project provides a benefit come operation, it's minor in its insignificance, and the project itself has been committed to as part of the larger, wider strategic transport decarbonisation objectives, it would fall very much into that minor adverse category, particularly with the new EST emissions that we've shared in the update there. So a lot of this has been highlighted before by Ms McClelland and Ms Beam Singh. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure where Dr. Boswell's coming from, whereby it fits within major adverse, but I'd be quite keen to find out at some stage. It also potentially could be argued that the scheme could fall into that negligible, just given the fact that the scheme is so insignificant compared to some of the other projects that we've got going on within the wider network at the moment. So yes, it very much sits within that minor adverse category. Probably another point to make is that with all of our submissions at ACOM specifically, it has to go through various different checks. So it's not just myself that comes to this conclusion. It has to go through a checker and a verifier, and that checker and verifier also have to confirm that my assessment is correct, and they have.
Actually, leads on to a point that you were not part of the team which undertook the original assessment at the ES stage, but I understand that you have reviewed that, and what's your professional opinion of the assessment which has been undertaken?
Yeah, firstly, we've obviously highlighted some of the issues and errors that have occurred within it already, and we've rectified those through the EST itself. I've mentioned already that we've gone above and beyond with us actually completing the climate chapter in itself, and all of the requirements that have been undertaken as part of the original environmental statement are valid and rational now. So we've used this very much similar approach now as to what was done then to deem the level of significance and also complete the assessment. So yeah, I would say the approach has gone above and beyond, and the conclusion is still valid and rational.
Could you please open up the overarching issues report that we've made extensive reference to, TS001.023, and in particular your chapter 8. Now I've referenced 8.3.235, but there are a number of tables that you've prepared to give us a sort of visual representation of your greenhouse gas emissions assessment. Could you take us to the tables that you think are most helpful in order to help us understand how the forecast emissions compare against the annual budgets, if I'm still allowed to call them that? I've noted 8.3.235. There's a table 8.3.234, and then a table follows on the following page.
Yes.
Yes, of course. I think I'm on PDF page 202, so if you head for that, Mr. Lansborough will take us to what he actually wants to refer to. You'll be close enough with my reference.
It's figure 3 is the first figure. Are we all at the table? Assume so. Okay. Right. So figure 3, we've got here the updates. So we've incorporated the updates into the assessment here, which essentially give us the surplus on the left-hand side. It's very difficult to. It'd be good if we had some sort of screen here to show you what I was looking at. But essentially, what we've got is the tonnes of carbon against the years, the annual emissions surplus or deficit in emissions. So as you can see on the left-hand side there, 2025 to 2027, we have a capital spend of carbon, and that's the construction carbon or construction emissions. And then 2028 to 2042, we've then got the operational carbon. And just want to highlight there that come operation, there is a benefit to the scheme emissions. If we turn over the page to figure 4, we then compare those to the carbon budgets. I've blown these up as well if you want to see them in any closer detail, ma'am. Figure 4, we have the budgets in yellow there, and then we also have the original 2019 data and 2022 data. The 2019 data is in grey and the 2022 data is in green. And as you can see, we can't see any emissions there whatsoever. So we've taken this a step further within figure 5, and we've looked at 1% of those annual budgets, both for the original 2019 data and also the 2022 data. As you can see, the original grey 2019 data was more carbon intensive. We eventually got to a benefit come 2040. However, the 2022 data, we get an immediate benefit come 2028 against those annual budgets. And I guess what we're trying to say here is that the scheme is well below that 1%. And if you want to look at the numbers there included within that table there, quite often below 0.1% for each of the different annual budgets. So that's what we're trying to get here, that the scheme is just very small against each of the budgets in themselves.
Is there anything in the assertion that the promoter has only assessed the first 5 years of the scheme's operation?
I'm assuming someone has said this. I'm assuming
Dr. Boswell's evidence, his written evidence.
Okay, so I'm assuming this refers back to the climate chapter, possibly, where we compare against the budgets up to 2032. Is that correct? I don't know if I can ask.
I think Not just now. In fact, my question will have been poor. I'll just ask, in terms of the assessment which has been undertaken and is before this inquiry, EST, has the promoter only assessed the first 5 years of the scheme's operation?
No, because you can see it within these graphs. We've got the surplus and deficit emissions all the way up to 2045, which is the requirement as per the DMRB at the moment. We're required to assess the do something and do minimum all the way up to 20 for the 60 years. However, within DMRB, we only need to present and lay forth the emissions that are consistent with the budgets of the overseeing organisation, which is Transport Scotland, and the ministers, which is the 2045, and we've included this here.
In your recognition, Mr Lansborough, at 5.9, you refer to Dr Boswell's assessment in his table CEPP A720 tab 4. Could you please take us to take us through your reaction, your comments, your evidence in relation to that table, if you give us all a second to dig it out. In case everyone doesn't have it to hand, the table I'm referring to is page 51 of 90 of Dr Boswell's report.
Sorry, what was the page number again, sorry?
It is page 51 of the report.
Yeah, so if we've all had a look at that figure, we could potentially also now turn to my precondition where I respond to that figure. Precondition under section 5.9. Yeah, I think I understand what Dr Boswell is trying to do here. However, it is slightly misleading and not per the requirements. It's not the correct way for assessing the impact of the scheme, unfortunately. So essentially what we're being presented with here is the do something scenario, so the total emissions of the area plus the impact of the scheme against the annual budgets. However, what we're needing to do is understand what the impact of the scheme alone is. So we look at the net between the do something and the do minimum, as opposed to the entire do minimum. So I'm very much supportive of decarbonising the whole area, but that's not what we're here to do. We're focusing on the Sheriffhall project primarily. So yes, as I just closed off there on section 5.9, to complete Dr Boswell's exercise correctly, would identify a benefit from the proposed scheme, and we've done that within the table that we brought you to within one of the last questions there, table 1 of the EST.
Doctor, I'll not take you to it, but please let me know if that would be helpful. But just as a general point, Dr Boswell does make reference to contextualisation of greenhouse gas emissions at a local and or regional level. Do you have any comment on that specifically? Is it required by DMRB or Minister's Climate Change Plan update?
Turn ourselves on. I guess firstly, again, I understand why Dr Boswell has presented the localisation of targets. I'm very much supportive in trying to ensure we control and influence emissions, or make sure we ensure that those who are spending emissions have control and ownership over them. However, the way that Dr Boswell has presented a contextualisation against local emissions is not entirely correct. The local budgets that Dr Boswell has provided us, or the trajectory that Dr Boswell has provided us, is from the Tyndall Centre, and the budgets that they, or the trajectory that they present there, are not within, they're not comparable to our budgets. So essentially, the Tyndall Centre looks at CO2 only as one of the GHG gases. However, we look at CO2e, the equivalent gases, so this includes all of the 7 Kyoto Protocol gases. So that's one point. The second point is that the Tyndall Centre budgets are hyper-localised. So they look primarily at the emissions associated with the area as a whole. However, our budgets look at a wider area, so the capital carbon is cross-boundary. So it comes from a lot of different places, the emissions associated with the products and materials, and so too are the emissions associated with the transport, as we've heard for quite a good bit of time today and yesterday. Thirdly, where else am I going with this? Give me a second. Yes. So the emissions associated with our scheme cover a lot of different sectors. So we had the sectoral budgets included within the climate change update. So that highlighted various different sectors and carbon associated with those sectors. We cross 2 of those sectors within our scheme. However, the Tyndall Centre only crosses the energy budget. So it's energy only emissions, energy only carbon, whereas we're transport and industry. And further to that, we have actually spoken to Dr. Chris Jones of the Tyndall Centre, who's let us know that this is not appropriate for uses such as this contextualisation. So that's us.
Thank you. And turning back to your recognition, paragraph 2.4, just to ensure that the point you're making is understood, can you expand upon what you say there about climate being a critical element within the employer requirements? What does that mean?
Yeah. So we've mentioned the OIR. We've mentioned it within the precondition that we're going to ensure that the Proter has adopted PAS 2080 carbon management infrastructure within their processes, which is very much a standard that ensures that you've got a management system through your infrastructure project to promote decarbonisation through your supply chain and procurement mechanisms. So adopting standards such as this will ensure that you're looking for decarbonisation opportunities where you possibly can. So, for instance, the materials associated with the project, we use the promoter's carbon calculator to calculate what the carbon is in relation to those materials. Those are very much average carbon emission factors. However, if we focus primarily on ensuring good practice and best practice and continual improvement, which PAS 2080 does, then it means that we will influence the supply chain to decarbonise and make sure that overall carbon intensity comes down for your project. So we've reported a figure there. It's very much conservative as an emission factor. So that was this figure that we talked about before. We've estimated the carbon within the construction phase emissions. However, this is very much likely going to come down come the construction of the project with application of best practice standards such as PAS 2080 and others.
Thank you. Can I now take you to the Friday submission that I also took Mr Hodgkiss and indeed Mr Elliott to? Additional submission number 1. Again, no doubt Dr Boswell will take you to this, but just in case not, I don't want to mean that results in you not being able to comment on it. So if you could please turn to issue 6.73. Again, this seems to have crossed a number of areas of expertise of the promoter's team. So could you please let us know if there are any aspects of this additional submission 1 that you'd like to comment on in chief?
Yeah, if I could take you to section 4, traffic. Hold on. Yes, traffic model emission reductions, CF national targets. If this is the same document we're talking about. Yeah. So point 15 there's a table, and within it, it's interesting, is the first point, but it's not the correct way that we should be looking at the emissions reductions or spend over the project and contextualising that against the annual budgets or targets or interim targets. So essentially what Dr Boswell has done here is use the do minimum opening year and compare that against the do something design year. And that essentially allows for the development of an absolute emissions reductions as opposed to considering the avoided emissions per year as a result of this scheme coming on board. And the avoided emissions that we calculate is what is required of us as per the environmental impact assessment, because we're wanting to understand what the impact of this scheme is, specifically as it comes on board. So this isn't entirely correct. So I guess you can kind of compare it to if you were to be driving a diesel car and you buy an electric car. In 20 years' time, you don't compare the emissions that you spend in year 20 against the emissions you spend in year 0. You compare the savings per year that you've made there, and that cumulative saving is your total emissions and the impact of you buying that car. So it's the avoided emissions that you're looking at, and that's what we're looking at here as a scheme. So this isn't factually the correct way of doing things, but it's interesting. It's an interesting way to look at it.
Thank you, Mr Lansborough. I have got no further questions in chief.
Okay, thank you, Mr Mill. Thank you, Mr Lansborough. So as I said previously, I don't intend to go into cross-examination. But on that basis, on Monday we'll start with Mr Elliott.
The only point I would ask if this is possible, given that Mr Elliott has travelled from down south to get here, and would need to travel back up on a Sunday, which I think we all know is not always easiest by train, would it be possible to at least have the facility for Mr Elliott to join remotely? Or does that overcomplicate matters? He can travel if we're overcomplicating. That's the reaction Mr Elliott wanted.
I'm assuming it's fine. Jane, the case officer, should be sending out a link anyway to connect on Monday. Callum's going to come in and test either a screen facility for the witness and everyone else just here, or if anyone could also take a laptop and headphones in case that doesn't work, we'll do it as a Teams call, but everyone here in person with the one person on the screen. So Mr Elliott could also do it on that basis, if that helps.
That is...
And we'll just hope the technology works.
That's very much appreciated, particularly by Mr Elliott. Thank you, ma'am, and Dr Boswell and others. That's appreciated.
Well, let's hope technology works. Yes. I'm sure it will. We should be fine. We'll test it Monday morning. So there should be an invite going out from Jane this afternoon. I would think you should get it at some point. If not, first thing Monday morning at the latest, but I'd hope this afternoon. So yes, we start Mr Elliott just on that narrow line of questioning. Dr Boswell, for Mr Elliott, just on the narrow points you want to raise. We're not reopening the whole modelling evidence. And then you'll go into cross-examination of Mr Lansborough after that. Do you think that will take you all day? No, I appreciate that. I just thought it might have taken a bit of time with Mr Lansborough. So we think we might get through Ms Scott's evidence as well on Monday.
You'll see I've managed to speed up in terms of Chief. We will break records with Ms Scott.
I'm sure the objectors have got cross-examination for Ms Scott, but that would help if you don't have much on the examination in chief.
I've got 8 questions for her, and some of them are just confirmatory of the things she has said. So
I'm not trying to cut down what you're asking, it's just to get a feel if we can cover the 3 witnesses on Monday. That would probably be quite helpful.
As I said yesterday, I don't think it would take more than 20-25 minutes, my cross-examination of Ms Scott.
So hopefully we can get through the remaining witnesses on Monday, which then leave us with Tuesday afternoon and hopefully Thursday, if we can get this room. We haven't had a confirmation we can get this room, although I've spoken to the guys here and they say, yeah, there's no problem, but we just need an email to confirm it is okay. But there's nothing other than you being told the room's not available, which hopefully is because of our booking. I'm hoping, they kind of said if you're not in this room, you'll be somewhere, but I'm hoping we'll get this room and they'll put whoever's in this room somewhere else and we'll still stay here. So that would leave us with Tuesday afternoon. I think Wednesday will probably take all day on Mr Lowe, because we have got 3 witnesses for that day.
Ma'am, apparently we now have all day Wednesday free. Mr Lowe has withdrawn his objection within the past 5 minutes. So that has been... The DPA knows, but you will not yet know. So Mr Lowe has withdrawn his objection.
Okay, so that leaves Tuesday afternoon, Wednesday all day, and Thursday all day. So that gives you 2.5 days to present your case, which will hopefully give you sufficient time.
I would certainly think so, yes.
Ma'am, could I just clarify that I'm available Monday and Tuesday afternoon, but not the Wednesday or Thursday? So ideally, I'd be able to give any evidence on the Tuesday afternoon.
That's fine. The order of your witnesses is up to your team. I don't dictate the order of the witnesses, so if that's your availability, you can go first on Tuesday afternoon. I mean, it doesn't matter really which order you want to go in. I think the promoter was kind of setting the scene with the witnesses, but I'm happy for you to dictate how you want to deal with it, subject to your team's availability. It makes no difference to me. If you can maybe give us a bit of forewarning on Monday at the close of that session, just so Mr Milne knows what's coming up, and I know what's coming up, just at the rough order. If it moves a little bit, that's fine, just so we can prepare our own questions. That'd be useful, but it's up to you guys which order you want to do it, and there's no issue with that. It will go with your availability.
Thanks.
Okay, any other matters for today, Mr Milne?
Just to confirm, 10 a.m. start on Monday.
10 a.m. on Monday. I must tell you, you're pleased to hear you can join virtually. Mr Walker, Dr Boswell, anything?
Nothing from me.
Thanks.
Okay, well, we'll see everyone on Monday, either here or on a screen. Thank you, everyone, for their contributions this week. I know it's been a long week, but thank you. It's been really helpful from my perspective. And just a safe trip home to everyone. And we'll see you on Monday.